Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, July the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So, I guess the news right now, a lot of China stocks rebounding. And I don't have to go over them all, but the usual suspects like TAL, T-A-L, Tal is up 16%. So again, we've got a rebound in some of these China, probably a lot of the China stocks, especially the education stocks, but even the financial stocks like TIGR. So I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on it. I'm a little surprised. I mean, look at the move Tal at the end of the day. Then after hours, and that was a really good move. I mean, that didn't really pull back at all. So let's see if this works again, guys. Let's see. Okay, good. I didn't do anything, but the mic muted itself. Okay, so anyway, TAL, in case you didn't hear. So we've got a big rebound in China stocks today. TAL, EDU, NCTY, actually NCTY is it. We're actually having a bit of a rebound in the crypto plays too. BTBT, excuse me, and Mara. Those were a couple of the really active ones the day before. Pulled back yesterday when crypto dropped a bit. Back up again, BTBT. This could be a wild one today. Only 14.9 million in the float. So definitely keep an eye on the crypto plays and China. Now Tilray, Tilray had earnings. The beginning when I first saw it, I opened my system this morning. You know, it was here. It wasn't like a big deal, but it's tacked on $1 and looking, I guess, they increased revenues by 25%. Amazon denying crypto rumors. Okay, that'll do it. So Tilray is up. Keep an eye on ACB. They're linked with Tilray. ACB. About half the price of Tilray. Let's see if it's, yeah. So, you know, I mean, look, if it takes out, yeah, it's got some resistance, you know, up to that 755 area. Again, we'll just have to wait and see once this market opens. I'm still not sold on the cannabis plays, but we'll just have to wait and see if Tilray can maintain. SPRT, man, what a run this one has been on. This was a trade of the week a few weeks ago. I don't think it really did very much when it was the trade of the week, but look at this. I mean, what a run. Big run after hours. Got up to over 11, or yeah, almost to 11, 1088, I guess, after hours. It's pulled back somewhat, but it's still up 24%. SPRT. Gravy, G-R-V-I. Don't think I've really seen this one before. So this is not technically an earnings play. They've announced preliminary Q4 revenues. Okay, so it's not technically an earnings play. We don't even have an earnings date. Why? Because yeah, I mean this IPO'd last month, so it's a little early to release earnings, but what they've done is they've just done a preliminary release, and that has popped the stock. It's pulled back quite a bit though, 738 back down to 619. Not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. I don't quite get the HMLP. I briefly looked at the news, but it's a massive gap down. I don't know if they've reduced a dividend or something like that, but anyway, this is a huge gap down for HMLP. BVXV has gapped up, and a big day yesterday, pulled back a little bit, was challenging yesterday's high. Very low float, 11 million in the float. No specific news on it today that I can see anyway. Look at this one. This was a flyer from before. This has just gotten thumped today. AEI. Absolutely thumped, down 35%. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. But the crypto play, NCTY. Yeah, this is a little bit of a lag here on this. Okay, NCTY is gapped up. Again, a crypto play. So you're going to see a lot of patterns that look like this for the crypto plays. You're going to see, what are we now, Wednesday? So Monday, big pop. Tuesday, a drop. And now today, maybe back up. And as I was just opening the room, ASXC, is it holding its gap? No. Look at that. Ooh, man, that was shortable too. Oh, that was shortable. ASXE, they received clearance for articulating FDA 510K clearance, but boy, that just got hammered down. So it's only up 3.7% now. Is that what it was, John? Thank you. I couldn't see that as a headline. You know, now I see it. It's funny. It wasn't there before. Now I'm seeing it surging in. Yeah, 32 million. Now I forgot to mention INFI. INFI. That was at the top of my list actually. And INFI. Yeah, 41%. I don't see any specific news. Fundamentally, I do see Wells Fargo has put a $14 price target on them, and also Riley has upgraded them. So we've got a couple of upgrades anyway, with a $14 price target put on by Wells Fargo. So that is, I don't see any other specific news for them other than the upgrades. All right, it's 9:12. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. I'm just looking to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Let's see, we have a few more upgrades than downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. I don't quite get the HMLP. There must be something I'm just not quite understanding on that one. Just looking, it has a downgrade from Riley. Whoa, 5N. Okay, let's take a look at FIVN. Is it an earnings play? Because I see it has 3 downgrades. I saw that just, yeah, there was no scan for weekly options, no. FIVN, 3 downgrades, must be an earnings play. Must be an earnings play. More expensive one. So for those of you who are, don't mind the more expensive ones, this has 3 downgrades on earnings. We have some option filters, hey Jerry, but nothing to do specifically with weekly options. So yeah, big rebound, guys, in China stocks today. Big rebound. So you can probably throw a dart, VIPS, BEKE. Of course, the Tiger, XPEV. I mean, there's just a ton of them. IQ, TME, Momo. I'm just looking here. Here are my gap ups. So these are all China stocks. Here's another China stock here, another China stock here. Okay, give me a moment, please. I wanted to see what the float is for the, well here, oops, don't have, oh no, don't tell me. We're going to have this, give me a moment here. Hope that single stock window populates. Guys, anybody having a problem with their single stock window not populating? Let me just do a reset. There we go. Okay. I want to see what the float is for INFI. I think it's a big float. Yeah, well, it's not huge, but it's 86 million. Again, that another one of these super aggressive price targets, $14. Well, I don't think there's no real news on the TAL or any of the China stocks, Kev. I don't think, anyway. I may be wrong. Maybe there's some general news about China in general. But I don't see any. I think it's just maybe, my single stock window is where I just had to do a reset. Keep an eye on the ACB. I mean, see if it's following it. Yeah, there it goes. Shh. No, I'm sorry. That's TLRY. I want to see the ACB. There's ACB. Okay, so you know what? It's lagging Tilray right now a little bit. Definitely lagging Tilray, guys. So keep an eye on ACB. If Tilray really takes off, I mean, it's already up 11%. There's a big move for it. It's 429 million in the floats. That's a big move for it. I just don't trust it. I'll flat out say I just don't trust any moves in these cannabis stocks. But let's applaud it today. It had a nice 25% revenue increase. Let's take a look to see what the sectors are doing pre-market. don't know why I find it hard to find. There it is, sector status right there. And the market is going to have a positive open, led by energy. Look at this, energy is up. And tech got hammered yesterday. Well, hammered. It was down yesterday. Financials are up. Healthcare weak, a little bit weak for healthcare. Show what again, hey Jerry? You have to have our latest beta version, which is the docked version. Okay, so if when you click on new, well, you probably don't have it. If you click on new and you don't see docked channel bar and docked window and all that, it means you have to download the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? But I would caution you, I wouldn't do it right now. If you're going to do it, I would do it after hours, okay? There are some fiddling around you have to do to get the column widths maybe the way you want them. So I wouldn't do it right now. But let me just give you my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link right here, and then scroll to the top to download software, and scroll down until you see the beta, okay, this beta. But again, I would not do it, I would do it after hours, okay? It's great and all that, but there is some fiddling around you've got to do with column width sometimes, and so, you know, I don't want to disrupt your trading, so do it after hours. But one of the nice things about it is you notice that I can load anything from a channel now, and I don't have to worry about my layout being replaced, as an example. Yeah, so 403, are you on the latest beta? Okay. Oops, sorry, that is the wrong link. Just a minute. Somebody from our YouTube room. You have to be on our latest beta. I don't want to open it, but probably in the old channel bar, when you open the sector status, it doesn't start until 9:30, till the market opens. The beta, the dock version starts, you know, before, well, right now, as you can see. Anyway, that's just a quick look to see what's happening pre-market anyway. So we see that energy, at least, you know, energy has been just hit hard. But today, at any rate, every stock in the sector is up. Morning, Dev. Okay, TLRY still moving. Keep an eye on the ACB. Is it? Yeah, it's not. It's lagging. It's definitely lagging. Pfizer's an earnings play, isn't it, too? PFE. Actually an earnings play. No big move. And guys, as always, I am eager to see what sort of alerts we get from the option scanner today. Yeah, it's tough for Pfizer to move because of 5.6 billion in the float, you know. So even though it's an earnings play, I mean, it's sort of met with a, you know, nothing. I mean, look, it's had a nice little run, but it's only, I mean, when I say only, it's only 10%. I mean, most people, you know, love 10%. We want to see much more. I mean, there it is, 40, 42. Well, it's not even 10%, 5%. TCOM is active right now. TCOM. I think this is another China stock. Another China stock. Oops, what happened here? Yeah, TCOM. So, I mean, it's got some room, guys, but I mean, again, it's a China stock. We're going to see so many. Now, will this bounce persist all day long? Yeah, FOMC is at 2 this morning, or this afternoon. Don't expect too much out of it, but you never know. It's not an option. Okay. It's scanning for stocks that are having abnormal option activity, okay, 403. It's not an option scanner per se. It's just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And when I get the alert, I trade the stock, not options. But I mean, it may help you zero in on trading the underlying options, but no guarantee, of course. It's just we've always had these option filters. I'm just talking to someone in our YouTube room. So, the put call ratio, options volume, average over the last 10 days, the volume today, put and call volume today, and then this is the big one, the option volume today percent. So how I use that is I'm looking for stocks that are having, so if a stock normally is traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, in the scanner that I'm using, that one would have to be trading 6,000 contracts 3 times before I would see it. Okay? Exactly. Yeah, just go to my home page, John. Go to my home page, click on my home page tab right there, click on the link, and when you do, this is what you'll see. And here are my scans. And this is the one I'm talking about. Moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? Don't get too many alerts, but it's all about quality instead of quantity. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, back, getting set for this open. So in these 2 windows here, nothing will happen until at least 9:45. That is by design. I like to see, and I typically don't trade very much or at all in the first 15 minutes. And these China stocks are definitely rebounding, guys. All right, we're not open. Here's a China EV play, LI. Again, you're going to see so many China stocks bouncing today. Now, again, always caution. Will they keep? Will they keep? Will the trend be up all day? I mean, that we don't know that, of course. Mattel is an earnings play. This is gapped up. Mattel, M-A-T. And let's see, we're off. Let's see, the Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, NAS is up a little. So as we speak, everything is positive. BVXV guys, on the move here. Again, if you want to early look here, it's just check out yesterday's high. Very low float, 11 million in the float. It's early. Now, anything can happen in the first, anything can happen all day, but look, exactly. Look at this, 420 drops right down to 395. Got to be careful. Whoa, there's Tilray, TLRY. It did pop. ACB is just lagging, guys. Just there it go. I mean, ACB is trying to catch up a little bit. But Tilray just popped into 1477, and ACB, I mean, ACB is lagging. And there's a business tie-in. Look at the volume that came into Tilray, TLRY. And I realize, I will, by delaying 15 minutes, I miss out on these ones that move right off the bat, but I've just seen it too many times, up, down, up, down, up, down, not specifically for Tilray. So I just made a decision not to get too excited in the first 15 minutes. Now GRVI is moving. GRVI, so this is a high right now. There's the pre-market high for GRVI, 743. This will not show up on the option scanner. It doesn't trade options. And we have a halt, with GRVI. I think, is QS an earnings play? Yeah, QS is an earnings play, guys. QS, earnings play. Let's look left, and what do we see? We see 2284 and 2322. So it's got a little bit of resistance around that 23 mark. If it can pop through that, it's got a shot into this area, I guess, 2450-ish. BEKE again, China play running up here. Again, theme of the day, guys, China rebound. China rebound. For how long? Well, ACB is just not following Tilray. Interesting. Yeah, I saw Teva in the pre-market. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Yeah, so Teva is an earnings play, guys. TEVA is an earnings play. ACB trying to catch up. There's some volume coming into ACB. ACB trying to catch up to Tilray. But it's the business relationship, or I thought, maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Or was it CGC buying ACB? I thought it was Tilray and ACB. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, ACB on the move, guys. ACB on the move. All right, ACB on the move, guys. Ah, it's AFA. Ugh. That's dumb of me. Okay, let's take a look at AFA. Well, ACB's moving, but maybe it's just being pulled along in general. Oh, I see. So AFA does not trade anymore. The merger was, okay, the merger was completed. I gotcha. For some reason, I thought it was ACB. Well, ACB's moving. How's CGC doing? CGC probably has earnings pretty soon, August 6th, okay, so NYC. And we have a resumption for GRVI. Wow, look at that. Oh man, it's almost got to the pre-market high of 740. Probably, yeah, another low float situation. This is a pre-release of earnings. All right, excuse me, Mattel is on the drifting down now, guys, off earnings. MAT drifting down. In fact, now it is negative. This was up here, not way up here, but it was. Here's Teva, guys. Again, Teva's an earnings play, TEVI. Now this is a huge float, 1.1 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this. It's up 6%, yes, but for it to give us any sort of a percentage increase. There is a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. It's about $1 away. GE was an earnings play yesterday, pre-market. Continuation. I know it's a big float and all that. Probably won't move that much, but nice move for it. Great call by Real on the fibs for the Tilray. All right, guys, here's an earnings play. CCJ. CCJ is an earnings play. Uranium play. It's got some room, 18, but it's, let's see what the volume's like. Not bad. It's a big float. Well, Teva, T-E-V-A, still moving. I'm going to try something here, guys. All right. Here's another one on the move, guys. FLGC, Flora. This is another cannabis play, guys. Another cannabis play, and this is a low float, 33 million compared to the other ones. FLGC, no specific news on it. It's just, where obviously Tilray is helping the sector. So this is an all-time high, though it really isn't. The reason I'm saying that is it probably was a symbol name change right here, FLGC. So it looks like this is an IPO, but it is not. It did have news. Yes, it did have news yesterday. I'm sure it's piggybacking with the Tilray today, and it just got halted. Look at ACB. I mean, okay, I was wrong. I thought it was ACB tied in with Tilray, but so cannabis plays. Take a look at MJ. You just want to play the sector. This is the ETF for the sector. Yeah, that was well, let's see if it bounces back. Again, it's a low float, 5 million in the float. So let's see if the GRVI bounces back. Botanical manufacturing. So is this a cannabis? Yeah, so this is a cannabis play also. So they picked a good day to pre-release. Let's just see if it's if it can get back up here. And you see that BlackBerry is putting a little bit of a move here. I don't know if the memes have got a hold of it or not. I don't really care anymore. Just waiting for something in the unusually strong options volume scan to see nothing's happened yet. Nothing's happened in the AI yet. Well, ACB is running, guys. Again, it's not the business tie-in that I thought with Tilray, but it is running. Okay, I was going to say keep an eye on a break of 20 from Mattel, but it actually bounced a little bit here. MAT, it's an earnings play. It was up. It's kind of flattened out a little bit. Well, okay, again, I know I'm mentioning ACB, it was just, but it is definitely moving. It's starting to catch up to Tilray. Not price-wise, but just percentage-wise. Tilray is probably up, what, wow, 23% now, so it's got a ways to go. All right, here's another one that just got halted, guys. TYHT. TYHT just got halted. And how much volume? So it's just picking up. So this is another China company, guys. Just got halted. TYHT. What do they do? Why is it? FLGC just opened. A lot of activity in the halts. Excuse me, halts resume scanner. Well, guys, I looked into this one, obviously. I mean, I completely missed about the ACB. I thought there was the official tie-in with Tilray, but it's moving. It's moving well. It's starting to catch up a little bit. Okay, so TYHT, what do they do? Profile, is this a cannabis play? I know herbal products, etc. I know it's a... Okay, so it doesn't look like this is a cannabis play at all, but it's a China play. Okay, here's another small, I don't know what the float is, Hexo, another cannabis play, guys. It's bigger float than the ACB, I think. Nothing, yeah, actually, there's one in the AI I'm just noticing right now. Nothing spectacular yet. All right, guys, INFI on the move here. INFI is on the move. Again, aggressive price target put on by Wells Fargo, WFC. CGC doing? I didn't really see a big move. It's starting to move though. There's CGC also, guys. But TLRY is the star, followed by, I mean, ACB is looking really good also. So obviously the big excitement for the day is cannabis plays and China bounces. And crypto. Yeah, actually crypto. Let's see what BTBT is doing. Didn't see it pop up anywhere. Ooh, second here. All right, guys, so you notice that INFI did come into the option scanner, so the next high looking left. So again, I get a little influenced by this. The next high looking left is 240, 244. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. If you know, obviously this is the area which it might struggle to get through, but that would be far enough away on a percentage basis if it could get up to that 270, 274 area. So let's just keep an eye. I mean, there's no rush to get into it. Okay. I mean, the big deal with INFI, though, of course, is this price target. $14 price target put on by Wells Fargo. Also, Riley. Let's see if they put a price target on them also. Wow. Well, they put a price target of 4. I got to make sure that maybe that was a misprint. Piper Sandler is also just, and they, okay, so they've got a target of 8. So Riley's got a target of 4. Piper Sandler's got a target of 8, and Wells Fargo's got a target of 14. And that is for the INFI INFI, not the Y. Let's just take this in the simulator. Just want to. Okay, so we finally got some pullback in Tilray and also the ACB. All right, guys, so I'm just going to stick a price alert here on the INFI around 230. Give me a moment here. All right, TYHT came out of the halt. Big pop out of the halt. Resumed at... Got halted at 511, resumed at 526, and on the run here. Low float situation, TYHT. MLCO, guys, now this has got some room. Another China play, tons of China plays. Got some room to about the 15 level. All right, guys, on the move now. On the move. Infi on the move. Big level for it to try to take out is right here, okay? At 244. All right, here's another one. Just got halted. Seed got halted. Seed got halted. I think this is another China stock. Yeah, Seed got halted. And what do we have here for Seed looking left? 1175. 1175 is the next high looking left. But it just got halted. I haven't even had a chance to look at my scanner here, what's happening. Wow, I mean, probably, yeah, 1542 for the Tilray. Got up to, what, 16 something? The Infi, here's the Tal coming in, 643. Again, it's a watch list, guys. It doesn't mean you just take the trade. It's a watch list. But again, China bouncing in a big way today. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, so it looks like these crypto plays are kind of fizzling out. All right, so this finally is starting to drop now. The NYCB. Real was talking about this one topping out. underneath 12 now. Getting very interesting for me now. I mean, guys, if you're in the infy, I mean, just keep an eye on that 244 level, 242 or 244. Takes that out, it has a shot to get to the 3. I'm not saying it's going to. Yeah, just go right click, configure, and click on the summary, and here's where you can rename it. Okay, fork and spoon. So right click on the alert window, topless window, the same thing. Right click, configure, summary. And then you can just rename it and say okay. Don't forget to save your work. All right, real. Let's see if this NCYB, what were your fib levels? I can't remember. Simple when you know, yes. Very simple when you know, but it's not that intuitive. Okay, thank you. All right, seed resumed, and what is it doing? Did it keep moving higher? A little bit here. So it's another low float situation, guys. 3.8 million China play. China's hot today. Low float. Only one alert so far from the option scanner. Okay, guys, ACB has come right back up along with Tilray, TLRY, of course. ACB has come right back up. Guys, cake is an earnings play. Let's see what the pattern looks like. Cake is, wow, look at this. Cake is sitting right on top of that 200-day moving average, 48.40, 48.63. It's sitting right on top of it. Cake is an earnings play. Will it break through, or will this hold and allow a bit of a bounce? Meanwhile, ACB and Tilray. Interesting. I mean, the Dow's down, so we have this disconnect again. We have the Dow down, SPY's down a little, but tech is up. Another small one here, TAOP is in the momentum. Another China stock. Another China stock, low float, 5.3 million in the float. And continues to move here. I wonder if this will get halted. TAOP, low float. The option volume like here. So wow, 19,000. So it's a wow. I mean, the option volume has exploded, but it's just really, it's just kind of stuck. Let's see if this holds here. This 222 level for Infi. All right, trying to look at some earnings plays here. Like yesterday, I can't remember that one that just basically drifted. I think it was SKYT. Let's take a look at it today. SKYT, it basically was an earnings play, kind of an obscure one, but it drifted down all day long. Look at this. I mean, all day long. I mean, it closed at the low. And that was, say, an earnings play. And just kind of seeing if I can find another one kind of like that one. Well, here's Navi, N-A-V-I. Will this, I mean, it's not a ton of volume yet. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Really didn't have that big of a reaction. Actually popped up pre-market, but it's just drifting down. Doesn't have quite the same amount of room as that SKYT did. But, you know, I mean, it's an earnings play and just drifting down. All right, Infi, come on, take out that 242. Well, guys, we might be going now. Okay, again, guys, with the infy, I mean, this is the key level, critical level it's at right now if you're in this one, okay? Now, it's still a nice little percentage move from 226, but there's the critical level right there. 244. I'm sorry, I kept think it was 242, but 244, if it gets through that, 255, if it can find its way through that, then it's got a shot to that 270 level. I mean, I doubt if it's going to take this out today, but not a bad move off 226 so far. You know, listen, I'm just doing this on the faith of my my option scanner, okay? It's been so nice, so I've got to have some faith in it. All right, guys. Well, we're trying that 250 level. So again, there's the next one. I think, what was it, 255 I said? Now, my experience, guys, with these ones that are under $5, that 50-cent level can be a bit of a struggle to get through. So let's have to wait and see what happens with the infy. With the look at the volume that came in. That's the biggest volume bar of the day on the 5-minute. That's the biggest one on the day. So let's just see if that can continue and push it through 250. You know, how you're going to trade this is up to you. I mean, but you know, if you got in around that 226 mark, I mean, it's a nice percentage move so far. All right, guys. Well, listen, I declare this a winner. I mean, if you got in around 226 and it's at 253, lots of volume, plenty of time to get in and out. 62 million. This is gonna trade the float. Oh man, you know what? I play around with this. You know, I keep putting price alerts just a little bit above, just just for fun, because I like hearing the sound that it makes, of course, when the price alert pops up. So I'd be watching at 250 to see if it can hold 250. If you're in this one, you know, I'm just saying, you know, don't be afraid to trade it, but so what you're seeing here is, what time is it? Almost 10:20. What you're seeing here is the simulator. I'm going to have to point this out just a minute here. Ah, okay, now I'll do it. Guys, if Dan Merklin used to show up in the room every now and then, he'd say, what more do you want, guys? I mean, this is just a great alert. A great alert. 226, 260 now. Great percentage move. Now the next level, I mean, you know, it may, I can't believe it'll take 274 out, but hey. Did they fix it? Well, obviously they fixed it. Whether, you know, I don't mean, that doesn't mean it will never happen again in the, you know, in the history of the world, as Siri, but there you go. So I've traded some of this out, guys. I mean, I just think that this 274, I'll be amazed if it gets through that. So what did it get up to? It got up to 261 or so. So I've traded some of this out. Now it's 10:20. Wow. Okay. Fast morning so far. Lots of action. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, D88. What do you mean the updated version of Trade Ideas post-market? What do you mean by that? You mean what I use in the You mean what I use in the post-market? Okay, well the beta version is it's not. The current version is the same in terms of the post-market, but if you're talking about the beta version, then you just have to go find my homepage tab. Okay, right there, homepage. Click on the link. When you do that, scroll to the top where it says download software. Click on the download software. And then if you scroll down to where it says beta, right here. But I would not do it while during market hours, okay? Do it after hours. The reason I say that is that it can mess up your column widths, you know, so there's, you know, it gets a little bit tricky. So I would do it after hours. I wouldn't do it right now because you might have to play around with your column widths to get them the way you want them to be, okay? Okay, so as I was saying, welcome to the room. Yes, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And as always, I'm going to pop in my home page. There was a lot of information on my home page. Now that homepage link is always available. If you click on my tab here, Barry's homepage, the tab, the link is always available all day long. Okay, so again, when you click on that, this is what you'll see. All right, so here's a promo code. If you want to take out a subscription right now, you can take out, actually before I do all that, I should talk about the test drive. So just give me a moment. So just give me a moment as I pop the link in here. All right, so I popped in the test drive link, okay? So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So if you've been wanting to try out trade ideas, this is a great opportunity. For $11.11, you'll get 2 weeks of our premium service, okay? It starts on August the 9th to the 20th. Those are 10 trading days. So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Please do not bother our support people saying, hey, I just signed up for the test drive. Where's my data? It doesn't start till the 9th. Now, if I sound somewhat frustrated, is that people just don't read. You know, it starts on the 9th. We cannot start it earlier. All of our support, etc., is geared up for the 9th through the 20th. Last time we had something like 4,000 people sign up. So I mean, it's a big, I don't want to call it a burden, but I mean, it's a real support issue. So consequently, that's when it starts. If you have our standard service and you've been looking to maybe see what our premium service is like, you can do the same thing for the $11.11. Here's the other important thing too. Please listen to me. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So please listen to that. So the other question we get, you know, I don't want to sign up because I think you guys are going to put me into a subscription. Well, no. Once it's over, nothing to do. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not put you into a subscription, okay? So that's the test drive. So again, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. That's what you're doing. Back to my link. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, can't wait, then if you click on Get Trade Ideas, you use that promo code. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. Premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. There's just a toggle. Premium is $228, standard is $118. You can apply that discount, the 15% discount to the first month only. Another thing to listen to, please. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Get so many emails saying, hey, how come I'm paying a different price from the first month? That's because the discount's only good for the first month. Trade of the week. You can sign up. So this is all free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon. These 2 sections, and this is why I always say save my link, because there's a lot of information in these 2 sections. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Here's my layout that you see, plus individual scans that I've created, including, you know, very popular moving higher with unusually strong options which gave us Infi today. Doesn't give too many alerts, but that's by design. I've put some pretty tough filters in, so not too many stocks meet the filter requirements. And then in this next section, education. Again, this is all free. Not my scans. Of course, you have to have a subscription. But the 20 lessons, if you're new to trade ideas, really recommend you do this. What is a top list? Build a top list. Alert window. Create an alert window. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, to Brokerage Plus. Okay? Lots of information here. If you're not a subscriber, you can still click on that link to see what we have to offer. Today, let's see, today is Wednesday, so I think that's Steve so there is a YouTube room, you'll hear me refer to it. I monitor both rooms, but at noon I take a break from the main trading room. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Steve Gomez. So I will put the link in before I take my break, so if you want to head over there while I'm on my break, between 12 and 1, you can do so. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday. Monday to Thursday, we have webinars at 5 o'clock. The one on Wednesday is I help out on. This is the one with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. And these are all free. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about the AI, a video on the AI. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little series, okay? Starts off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, great 36-part. They're very short videos, but I think it's a great introduction to trading. And we have some ebooks here too. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link and you can look at all, especially those last two sections. You can look at those two sections whenever you want. All right, now, yeah, thank you for that, William, because we get that question all the time. I think we're going to, put you into a subscription. Teva, I have to admit, guys, with that float, I did not think it would have the move it did, but it did. I think when I last looked at it, it was up about 4%. It's an earnings play. So, I mean, obviously 10, there's the 200-day moving average right up here. And here she is. Hi, Chloe. All right. Now, again, if you're new to this room and new to Trade Ideas, wondering what the scanner is all about, first of all, that's what we are. We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. And it doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. You right click, configure, summary. These are the filters I'm using. Doesn't really matter what these values are. This is the concept. You always start off with filters. So what I'm looking for are stocks between 1 and 20, 400,000 share minimum, etc. If a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low, for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? Great thing about Trade Ideas, in my opinion anyway, you don't have to learn a programming language. Poodle, Brian. Miniature poodle. You don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window and then configure and search, here are all of the filters, the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, here are all the filters that we have. All right? We feel we have created enough filters and alerts that for the vast majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for, okay? So consequently, you don't have to learn a programming language. Very important. Okay, so Martin, if you've got this, are you a subscriber? Okay, so we just have to click on New and then Channel Bar. If you're not on the new dock version, just click on Channel Bar, and here they are. Strength alerts, okay? If you're on the new dock version, then just click on your dock channel bar, and here they are. Okay. Strength Alerts is it's an introductory service for $17 a month. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, it's part of your subscription. If you're not though, and you want to just take a look at something very introductory, you can take a look at the Strength Alerts. I will, in fact, I'll pop that into the room, how you can sign up for them. I don't go over too much in this room because most of us are subscribers or looking for more action. Strength alerts are not designed for that so much. But if you click on the strength alerts, just take a look. It'll describe what it's all about, okay? But again, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, then it's part of the system. All you have to do is just load it from the channel bar. So what do you mean by price alerts? You mean our price alerts window? Just the new? You just have to click on price alerts. But you create your price alerts, Martin. Kev, would you mind if we use that as a testimonial? Okay. I'm not going to use your name. I mean, it'll say KevCom, okay? But thank you for that. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just pass that on. Thank you very much for that, guys, though. We do appreciate that. Customer support is huge for us. All right, guys, so again, if you're new to Trade Ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You go to my scans section. I'm sharing a lot of scans. I'm sharing my layout. So you don't even have to know how to create a scan at the beginning. You can take a look. Always, when you have something that maybe you've loaded, just right-click, configure, and click on Summary, and you'll see what the filters are, and you'll see what it's looking for. Okay? Also, from our channel bar, from the toolbar, if you click on New, I'm going to click on the dock channel bar. These are all themed layouts right here. So for instance, if I look at the momentum, they're all themed layouts though. And if you saw a scan that you might want to take a look at, All you have to do, like Momo, you see TYHT is in there. So if you saw something you might want to take a look at, if you're using our docked version, then you right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, and then it shows up on my another monitor, and here it is. Now you can take a look at it, configure, summary, and you can see the filters. Now you may have a different price range you want to take a look at. Maybe you want to look at stocks between 10 and 50 as an example. Click on my summary and you see how it is changed. Okay, you can make other changes, of course. If you don't have to make any changes at all if you don't want to. But if you have made some changes, then all you have to do, even if you haven't made any changes, then the next step is to save or share to cloud, and you just save it into your cloud. And then you can go through each channel and maybe extract windows that you might like to see and add and have as part of your layout. Now, a word about all this. You notice that I changed that. Well, I didn't change it. I changed it in the, just watch this. Okay, so I'm going to change it here. I'm going to change it to 10 and 50. Okay, so when I click on it again, you see there's the change, 10 and 50. However, if I leave the channel and come back to the channel, the change is not saved. Why? That's because these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change is not necessarily indicative of what other people want to do. Okay, so just so you know, the channels are available for everybody. And so, but if you want to extract a channel or a scan, that's all you have to do is what I did before. So again, you can now say EVs, or somebody was saying EVs are hot today. So here's our EV related channel. Okay, so I mean, it's just a matter of taking a look. You see something you like, you just save it to your cloud. Once you've done that, if you have a layout already up and running, or maybe you're starting with a blank screen and you want to build your layout from the various scans that you extracted, well, you just file, load from cloud. Click on Momo and load. And here it is. So you can see what I'm doing. If I extract various scans from the various channels, then I can just load them into my cloud, save them to my cloud, and then load them one at a time back to create my own layout. So again, you don't have to know how to even create a scan from scratch. Try to make it very easy. Okay, guys, so that is, now let me just do a quick blurb about the AI. If you're looking for, this is part of our premium service. This is what I would do. I would click on new from our channel bar or toolbar, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, you won't see these two. I've put them into this dock, but you'll see this window. Okay, so far, nothing great is happening, but it's early. Some of these things can turn around. But this is what you'll see. Okay? So you've got, all we do is just have this window up and running, and never mind about what the segments are, or I wouldn't even care about what strategies they're coming from. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. I would incorporate this as part of my layout. So tomorrow, if you haven't been doing this before, then just incorporate this as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, when you open up trade ideas before the market opens, just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing, you see the very first alert was at 9:48. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. There's no video on how to use the AI. I mean, it's up to you how you use when you get the alerts. And then just a brief talk about what this window here called Brokerage Plus is. All right, so the Brokerage Plus link that I just popped in here has 2 videos. Oops, I don't usually click on it, don't have to click on it. So the link has 2 videos. The first video, short video, is showing you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas once you've connected to your IB or E-Trade account, okay? But listen very closely. People get confused. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature we have. It's not mandatory to use, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. The second video goes into a lot more detail, a lot more of the more advanced features, how you can use Brokerage Plus, okay? And then the other main reason is I really think one of the great things we've got here is this simulator. Because if you're new to trading, you click on the simulator, now you're in paper trading mode, simulation mode, okay? Uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data, and you can practice trading. Notice what I did here, you know, I put this in the simulator, took this in the simulator. Always good idea, you know, in my opinion, to have today's profit or the total P&L open and the max P&L. What this is telling me right now is at one point I was up $160, okay? I've allowed it to drift down, so now I'm up $67. And I know there's a disconnect. This is sort of a timing thing. I mean, obviously these 2 prices should be the same. Grumpy, you've been in the room for how long? Yeah, I mean, there it is. It's right there. That's how I know when somebody posts anything new. When somebody posts something in the tech support, I get the number. Off topic, swing trading, whatever. All you had to do was ask about 2 years ago. All right, guys, where are we? So again, practice trading. That's all I can say. Practice trading. Use our simulator. Let's just take another one. I'm just going to want to quickly. Ooh, look at this one. GOVX. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Low float. Red bar ignored right there on the 2-minute chart. Okay, I just want to show you one thing, how you can maybe take a trade on a pullback. I'm going to close out this trade, okay? I want to just show you this is a hotkey, flatten. I'm going to get out. Obviously, I would never allow that to happen. If you're up 160 to close out, yeah, I don't understand what's going on here. I want to see if this changes. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm just, I just don't understand why this total P&L and today's profit is not the same, because it's the same. There's only one trade I took. So anyway, but what I want to demonstrate is how let's say I wanted to take in fee again, okay, but I didn't want to take it right now. I want to take it on a pullback. Maybe pull back to, I don't know, 222 or something. So I pick how many shares I want. I'm going to put 222. I'm going to click buy, and you're going to see a blue line should appear in the chart. And there we go. So if it takes the trade, or if it gets down to 222, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can use the system. And again, obviously if you're connected to an IB or E-Trade account, you can trade doing that in your live account. But in the simulator, you can practice pullbacks, see what happens. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this trade right now, Tiva, okay? Again, I wouldn't, it's extended a little bit, got the 200 days, well, it's far enough away, I guess. But let's say I wanted to take this trade. What's the spread like? 994, 995. Okay, I just want to demonstrate a little bit about money management. I'm going to buy it right at the market. Okay, so it took the trade at 996. I'm going to put a stop at 976. And I'll explain why I'm doing this. So if you're new to trading, this is, maybe it's hard to get around this, but not every trade's going to work. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade, okay, if it's not working for you. So that is really what the practicing is all about, trying to figure out, okay, where should I put my stop? Where should I get stopped out if it's not working? There's no harm in being stopped out, okay? Just move on to the next one. So you have to figure out a way, and how you're going to do that, eventually will be up to you. Some people use moving averages. Some people, like myself, I like to look at the chart. I like to see where I think there's some support. If it breaks down through that support, I want to be out of the trade. So I'm just using this as an example. I wanted to make the math simple, because then the next concept is this. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size, you could risk, say, $100 a trade. So what that means is, if the trade doesn't work for you, the most you want to lose is about $100. So knowing where you get in, 996, and knowing where your stop is, it's a 20-cent difference. Again, just trying to make the math easy. That will share size you. You divide 20 cents into the $100, that gets you 500 shares. So again, going into trading, you shouldn't be thinking, well, I guess I'll take 100 shares every trade, 300 shares every trade. In my opinion, anyway, your share size will vary, because it'll be the difference between your entry and your stop. Okay? And then the other major thing is to obey your stop. It's hard sometimes, you get into a trade and you're excited and you think it's got to work, and all of a sudden, it's moving against you. And so you start, these little inner turmoil starts taking place, well, maybe I placed my stop too tight, so I'll move it down. Move it down, because this has got to work. I keep hearing great things. Earnings play, etc., etc. So now all of a sudden, if it moves down to 963 instead of out 100, you're now out 162. But you still don't obey it, and you keep moving it down, 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 down. So eventually, maybe you give up, and now you're down $500 instead of a manageable $100. So very, very important in money management is, in my opinion anyway, is to obey your stop. Okay, it's, all trades are not going to work. It's that simple. But you can always get out of the trade. You can always get back in. Maybe you were just a little bit early. Maybe it sets up again, the same kind of setup. You can always get back in. So money management, guys, money management. Okay, Flux, no. flux time. Interactive brokers or E-Trade only works with this option that we have called Brokerage Plus. Doesn't mean you can use trade ideas with any broker, okay? It's just that if you want to use this window, which is not mandatory to use, it's an option, it's a feature, then you need an E-Trade or IB account, okay? Well, no, because the way you phrased it was, is it only IB or E-Trade that works with your software? That's how you phrased it. So I just wanted to make sure it's the only, this is just a feature that we have within our software. Okay? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was understood. Okay? Yeah, we are planning on adding, but it's been an ordeal with the APIs and the various software brokerages. So I cannot, I cannot. We'd love to. Well, look, we'd love to have more brokerages that you could use this with, but right now it's just IB and E-Trade, and I cannot tell you when or if other ones will be added. If you want to use this window, then you'd have to have an IB or E-Trade account, yes. But again, not mandatory. I don't use it. I mean, I demonstrate the simulator all day long, okay? I'm not going to toggle back and forth, especially with what I do. It requires, you've got to be concentrating on knowing exactly what you're doing, what account you're in. I'm not, so I can't do that and moderate a room at the same time. So I leave this on the simulator. When I trade, I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. I'm also not a super active trader. Even if I weren't moderating a room, I was never a super active trader. Maybe 4 or 5 trades a day and that's it. All right, guys. Enough of that. Let's take a look at what's happening. We've had such a lot of halts and resumes over this. Here's another one that just was halted. Wow, this could be really interesting. Another China education stock, ZME. Don't really think I've seen this one before. Why is it interesting? Well, take a look at this daily right now. What is it? I don't know what it's going to open at, but the next high looking left is 684. So it depends what it opens at, but it could challenge that level. It's another low float, 10.9 million in the float. All right, guys, Infi is trying to come back. I still have some, but I was a little not worried, but I mean that 274, I'll be amazed if it takes it out. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys. So I see Teva is on the move here. Over 10. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at my thumbnail charts. One of the things I love about the dock, the new, I can put all my charts together, move them all at once. Just a nice, visually, I like it. Yeah, I just need a little bit of volume coming into Infi again, maybe burst it through 250. But again, I keep saying this. I can't believe it'll take out that 200-day today, but it might. Too bad. This is not shortable for us, real. GRVI. Nice little breakdown here. Just waiting for the next one, guys. We not get another one until after 1 o'clock. And the next one, I'm talking about the option scan. All right, Alna. What is Alna doing? It briefly took out one. All right, what does Alna do even? Oh, it's a China stock. Okay, let me see something here. So I'm sorry, guys, distracted a little bit here, but Alna is so it's a China stock, very cheap. The interesting thing for me, I never trade stocks under $1, but if it can break over $1 again, I mean, look at the room it's got. High right there is 104, so it got to 105. I'm going to stick an alert. You never know later on in the day. You never know. Just going to stick a price alert there. If it happens, it happens. Because look what could happen. I mean, it could really start filling in this area. Another cheap one. KIQ, another Canadian stock. So you can see what's happened here. We had the yin and the yang, right? So yang now is the bear moving down. You know what, Real? This is still. I got out of this one. I scratched out a couple of pennies, I think, but for the NYCB, let's take a look here. This is an earnings play, and it looks like that could be resistance. So 1226. All right, guys, in feed. Man, if it can take out the high of the day again. Well, this is an ugly one. AHT is an earnings play, and it's basically an all-time low. Another China stock, DAO. Boy, look at this one. I mean, this so it took out yesterday's high. That's why we see the alert. Whoa. Okay, a couple of real cheap ones now just showed up in the, well, no, YQ just showed up in the option scanner. China education stock and that aforementioned NYCB just showed up in the option scanner. Now, the problem I got with NYCB is that, you know, this is not that far away, this 1224. Now, I've said this before, and I've been proven wrong many times. This is an earnings play. And when I say wrong, I mean I keep sort of second guessing. Just a minute. You know, I get the alert. All right, well, let's see. I mean, let's see if the NYCB can, I just think it might stall around 1220, but this is what I'm planning to do in the simulator today, is just to take these trades and just, that happen in the, and I know I'm not share sizing, I'm not doing it, I'm just taking 500 shares. I'm just taking these. These are from the option scanner. Now, again, the problem I have with NYCB, I mean, and I may be wrong. I mean, that 1220 odd, that 1220 area may be too tough resistance to get through it. The YQ 158 is the next high looking left. So I mean, that's, that on a percentage basis, that would be enough if it got it everywhere, if it even got close to it. You guys were talking about QFIN. Oh, on the way down. Wow, no kidding. Okay, we have another halt, guys. Or maybe this is an IPO. Yeah, this looks like an IPO, but is this one of those? No, it isn't. It's not a SPAC. So this is an IPO, just opened, DALS. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just, again, looking at my thumbnail chart, seeing if there's anything kind of interesting. You know what? SPRT coming off 8 right now. SPRT coming off 8. Ooh, this is really, I mean, look at the kind of support right here, just around 8, just a little underneath it for SPRT. Yeah, we saw Melco this morning. This is a gaming stock, right? Out of China. Yeah, so here's what I see. I remember seeing this one. So a lot of resistance, right here, in my opinion. Not that far away. He's had a nice move, great move. Like a lot of the China stocks have bounced, but a lot of resistance just over 15. That's what I see anyway. Just look at the daily chart. Yeah, 15.16, 15.17, 15.25. So you've got all this right here. Well, not exactly. I mean, right there, I mean, there's the high right there at 1525. So not just a matter of breaking 15. It breaks 15. It's got to contend with these 3 days right here, which is not that far away. After that, 1573, is the next high. But it's got a lot of resistance, in my opinion anyway, between 1517, 1516, and that 1525. It's a big float also, 205 million. So, I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it. So it's not breaking 15. It's really, I mean, if it broke, like, are you in this stock? I mean, right there would have been an area to get in, on the break of the fives. But I'd be wary of 15 and then this area right here. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:16, so things have slowed down just a little bit. VNet, I'm seeing VNet. Another China stock. Boy, theme of the day, guys, China, 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 China. Shaw, this is exactly what I would do, okay? No instructions, just if you can see what I'm going to do and you can hear me, I'm going to show you. Just click on New from the toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's it. Okay, when you do that, this is the window you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you manage it will be up to you. I mean, it's really that simple. There's no video on, well, okay, I get an alert, how do I trade it? No. How you trade it will be up to you. I just like to make it super simple with it, for people. Again, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and just wait for the alerts to happen. You need voice instructions. Can you not hear me? Okay, so all you do is, just like any other alert window, you just right click on Actions, and then check the play sound. And then set up the sound, and you can pick, if you want to go text to speech, you can do so. Otherwise, use a custom sound. Select, and then we have these 3 folders here. This is just in general, this is for every alert window. We have these 3 folders here. You click on a folder, and you'll see we have some sound alerts in here. You click on one, open it. You can play it if you like it. Then you say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to your window. That's the same for an alert window. So if you created a sound alert on an alert window, it's exactly the same. Okay? Okay, so right click, Actions, play sound. Check the play sound, set up the sound. You can use one alert window, or the AI as text to speech if you want. All right, when I say one, the whole idea of our sound alerts is to have a different sound alert for the different windows. If you put text to speech on every one of them, you'll never know which window to look at. So, I mean, if you want to have text to speech for the AI, fine. She'll read out the symbol. Otherwise, use custom sound. And select. And here are 3 folders. Each folder has a price alert, or has a sound alert. And you can just, if you want to test it, buy. You just highlight it, open it, and then you can play it, and you hear exactly what it is. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached, okay, to either the AI, we're doing it in the AI, or to an alert window. Okay? And that's it. Just wait for the alerts to happen. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of waiting on see. I'm not getting too many new alerts right now, which is fine. All right, I have thumbnailed this one. ASXC. This had a huge pop, and it completely dropped. This just as I was opening the room, popped up to 278, and then it dropped right back down. See, it moved up. It's been kind of a bit of a roller coaster, guys. I don't know what's happening with this one. It's not a low float either. It did have news. FDA 510K clearance for articulating instruments. Okay, so it did have some news. That was the reason for the pop, but it absolutely did not hold. But it is a big float. That's a huge float for a $2 stock. Yeah, so what also I should go over this just a little bit here. So here's my stop, right? This is in the simulator. This is the stop for Teva. Now, if it really starts to work well, I mean, I can always keep moving my stop up to another area where I might think that there's a support area, okay? Let's just say this got up to 1050. I could look at this area right here at 10. Looks like there's a lot of support right there. So you can keep moving your stop up and up and up. All right, guys. Meanwhile, CLS, this had a great day yesterday through the 200-day moving average, closed near the high of the day. Noticing it did show up in my watch list. Again, this is a watch list. I mean, I know it says watch list, but it doesn't mean when you get the alert you just take the trade. It's a watch list. Yeah, only for Americans. Well, I shouldn't say that. Definitely not for Canadians. I don't know if it's the same in other countries other than the States, but definitely not in Canada. So Holly doesn't work that way, Shaw, okay? You get the alert, it's not gonna, you can't define it. You can't define it to say only give me an alert if it's doing this, okay? You know, you get the alert and that's it. What you're asking for is a filter from within the strategy to do that. So you can't do that. You can do that on your own strategies that you create if you want, but you can't do that with the AI. We don't get so many alerts. It's not like you get 100 alerts a day. Okay, so you get an alert, you can click on it. If you don't like it, c'est la vie. Ah, that's what happened. I thought something happened here. 2-5. I've lost my 15-minute chart. Okay. I do not see a cross. I mean, here's the 80 MA. Here's the 20 SMA. So I do not see a cross on the 15-minute. You cannot customize it. No, Shaw, you cannot customize it. The AI there's nothing for you to do. Okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. You cannot customize it. You can't pick a price range. You can't pick a minimum volume. You cannot customize it. It's set up that way. But again, as I said, now the only reason why you would want to customize it and for volume and things like that, well, you don't have to create your own strategy. Well, if you want that strategy that you're talking about, 100,000 shares in a minute and all that, yes, it's not hard. No. Okay, are you brand new? Then you should, first of all, if you're brand new to trade ideas, then you should take a look at this. The 20 lessons, number 1, okay? Okay, and one of them is creating alert windows. Because that's what you're looking for. You're looking for, now I have a momentum scanner that I can give to you as an example, but the problem is you're looking for a volume up in that. What you were looking for requires what's called a custom formula. Until you get a little bit used to trade ideas, I don't want to show you how to do that, but you can do something like that, but you have to create your own. I mean, the AI it works on its own. There's no sort of interactivity You just wait for the alerts to happen, but you cannot modify it. Okay, everything that I'm sharing is here. If you click on my home page, click on my home page tab. And then when you do that, this is what you'll see. Okay, there's a scan section. Okay, right here. So there's a scan section. Click here. And I've got momentum up, momentum down. Okay? And you can take a look at those. Okay? And then of course you can modify it, because just like I'm saying here, basic new highs and lows, another one that I've created. You might even want to see this. I mean, these are all momentum type stocks. But if you right click on it and then click on summary, you'll see the filters that I'm using. You may want a different price range. You may want to have a different minimum volume. You know, this is just a template that I use, but you may have a different idea, you know, about a price range. But yeah, I think you really should take a look at the 20 lessons if you're just starting out. Ooh, you're right. AUPH is from the option scan. So what did it do? All right, what sort of room does this have? So there's a 200-day. I guess that's far enough away. It's about $1 away. What's the next high looking left? 12.75. See, I mean, listen, it may get through all this, but I just look here and I just see, you know, too much. I want something cleaner. In other words, imagine if all of this were down here. So if I look left, then the next high I would see would be up here, you know, 14. That'd be awesome, right? I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue, but I just look here and I think, you know, it could be too much resistance. You know, just too much resistance. I mean, it may get through that, but I mean, look at the difference between INFI this morning and that one. You know, when you look at INFI, well, I've got a real big lag here. It's only when I type it in. It's funny. Okay. So, I mean, look at the difference on the daily and the weekly. I mean, you know, there was that little area right there, but it's one day. Okay. And then we had here, which seemed, again, that's just one day, but it seemed to have stalled it right there. I mean, 255, what did it get to? Got up to 261. But very, very different from looking at the AUPH. Well, you can't, Gordon. You can't set, okay, only refresh every 5 minutes. I mean, you understand what the alert window does. It gives you a real-time alert. Now, you can limit, you know, to, you know, once for the day for the scan, but I mean, that's not the purpose of the alert window, though. Why would you want that? If you only want an alert for a specific symbol every 5 minutes, fine. You know, don't repeat for 5 minutes if that's what you're looking for. But I think that kind of, in my opinion, that kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, the heartbeat is useless. I think. I don't know why we still have it. Plus, Gordon, I thought you had a great earnings scan that you were making all sorts of money. Well, that's what you said a couple of months ago. Okay, well, you can't do that what you're trying to do. You know, you can say if I only want to see the same alert every 5 minutes, fine. Okay, guys. So you notice I flattened out of the NYCB trade in the simulator. Okay, so you're looking for an automatic clear. You can't. There's nothing that's going to automatically clear it every 5 minutes. Okay, you can clear it, of course, but you can't set up, okay, clear every 5 minutes. But you might want to do something that I do and put the don't repeat on. So you only get, you know, it won't fill up. I mean, here, this is on, you know, well, for whatever reason, we're getting a lot of new highs again today. But you know, this is on, or, or you could do something like this and sort it a little bit differently. Notice, I mean, these are the alerts I've had today, but you notice I'm not seeing it over and over and over again, AUPH, though I do see it when it made a new high. You might want to try that. If you right click properties and go to view mode and click on group and sort by instead of newest first, then what'll happen, yeah, but he wants it automatically. He wants it to clear every 5 minutes automatically. I think, anyway. So the way I've arranged this window, yeah, so you can't do that. I don't know anymore, Cooper. I don't know if we save this. I mean, this is not, this is like this every day, okay? So this is not unique. This is every day between 9 and 3 Eastern Time. I'm not sure if we actually save it anymore. The reason being, I mean, who's going to sit through 6 hours of me, you know, trying to figure out, you know, where something interesting might be, that, or something that you might want to listen to. So kind of a lazy day right now, guys. Not getting too many more new alerts. But as has happened constantly over the last little while, we get some great action in the afternoon, around after about 1 o'clock. So I'm getting set to take my break pretty soon, in about 15 minutes anyway. So what I'm going to do is just pop the YouTube link in. I'm going to head over there while I take my break. And Steve Gomez will be there. I'm pretty sure it's Steve today. And he'll take over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Yes, BTBT just had a wild move. Absolutely, I'm just got halted. So again, crypto play. Let me just take a look at GBTC, see what crypto is overall doing. Well, it's having a bit of a run. So what is it stacking up to be? I see 874, 875. So right now there's, it's no big clue. And what I'm talking about is this from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt. Here's the bid ask so far. Now, of course, if you were in this one earlier, you want to see something above 874, obviously. But right now, I mean, this changes. Mattel, okay, Mattel, it held 20, didn't it? Earlier today. Yeah, look at that 20. Did it ever really held? So now it's actually gone positive. It's had a really choppy day. I mean, look at after hours. It released earnings after hours, popped all the way up to 22 something. This morning it looked okay until then all of a sudden you had that big red candle, then it popped up, down. Boy, oh boy, I mean, this is a choppy one. But Reels Fibs say maybe 23.44, maybe, possible. No guarantee. Sort of a red bar ignored right there in the fives. Hey guys, NYCB may be moving now. I mean, well, it is moving now, but just don't know how dynamic it'll be. Okay, so obviously if you are paying attention and you're using a simulator, and obviously your real account, you would never let this happen, right? I would hope anyway. So there's the TIVA. At one point up $75. Now I've allowed that to turn into a $20 loss, okay? So you wouldn't do that, hopefully, because you've got to be trading these. So what I'm going to do now is just flatten out of the trade. But this is a good gauge to see, how well are you managing your exits. Okay, how well are you managing your exits? So this is also, this little distance from the exit price, it can also tell you. Because now, what you'd want to see, now that I'm out of the trade in the simulator, I want to see a big negative number. Why? Because that would mean that it's well below wherever I got out, which is what you want to see, of course. So this can kind of help you figure out, okay, how well am I managing these trades? Okay, guys, just give me a moment. Have to change my headset. Just give me a moment here. All right, guys. Yeah, the NYCB may be proving me wrong. And BTBT, yeah, it just showed up. Option scan. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so could anybody get it at close to $8? Because it came out of the halt. Well, I cannot believe this. How did I miss this? BTBT, yeah, was alerted at 791. How did I miss this before the halt? Wow. Okay, guys. Well, I mean, you could have got it. I mean, the alert was at 11:36 from the option scanner. I have no idea why I missed it. I must have, sometimes maybe I had another sound alert coming in at the same time, and if that happens, it has to pick one. I don't know how I missed that BTBT. So, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. So you had the alert at 7:91. It got halted at 8:74, but that was 3 minutes later. So there's the alert, 11:36. It got halted at 11:39. So, you could have got in. I'm not saying you could have got in right at 7:91, but certainly earlier than the halt. You know what? Even this stupid AUPH is moving. I shouldn't call it stupid, but there it is, guys. I mean, wow, the option scanner. If all you wanted to do was just follow like 4 or 5 or 6 stocks all day long, I mean, and you're new to trading, give me a moment, please. So on my homepage, yes, it's in the scan section, and it's called something like moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? See, that's what you want to see. See, it says the distance from the exit price is 13 cents, minus 13 for the INFI. Okay, that's what you want to see. You want to see, so that means where I got out, should have got out earlier because I had a max 160. Again, this is in the simulator. No, I'm not just jumping in. No, because I'm looking at I'm wrong many times now because I'm looking at resistance, say, for the AUPH. But it broke right through. I at some point maybe I'll just have the faith and say to heck with it and take the trade. But I looked at that AUPH. I thought it was a little too much resistance, not that far away. Same with the NYCB. I looked here and I thought, wow, it's too much resistance, but it might pop through. One of the things is, NYCB is an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day long. The BTBT, I just flat out missed it. I would have taken that one. I flat out missed it. Man, AUPH guys, that had no resistance. I mean, I thought 13 might hold it, but look at this. I mean, yeah, I've getting some lag here. The 15-minute chart, and that's because I just put this in. I'm wondering if that's the reason. There are some little issues with the. Wow, look at AUPH. Holy smokes. Huh. Oh, I don't know, David. I mean, I have no idea if anybody was able to get into. I know. Well, I would have tried anyway on the BTBT. And we have a halt. This looks like a SPAC. APTMU. Yeah, Tilray is still alive. TLRY is still alive. ACB may even still be alive. Hmm. Just going to try something here. Okay, another one, BTCM. Am I going to miss this one? BTCM. All right, guys. I mean, BTCM now, look, maybe 5 will hold it. I don't know. But BTCM, not a low float, China stock, 52 million, crypto play, along with BTBT. But right now, and I'm going to be taking my break really soon here. Okay, what do I want to do here? I want to properties, symbol linking, duplicate into my main monitor. Take this and move it here. See if that helps. No. All right, guys, I'm expecting Steve to show up pretty soon, so I'm just going to get my announcement in and leave you guys to have some fun. Well, at some point it will be, but how to tell? Well, I guess if it, one way maybe to look at it is what it does on the 2-minute chart, AUPH. See if it, geez, guys, I'm getting a lot of lag today. I'm getting a lag in this the new 15-minute window that I put in. Okay, Steve, I will stop right now my streaming.
All right, Barry. Go take a well-deserved break. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Let me mute that. Looks as if you can hear me and see me. You know, I notice when I watch Barry sometimes, or Andy, or the other guys, sometimes the YouTube feed gets a little fuzzy, a little blurry. If that ever happens to you, just hit the refresh browser button, and that usually sharpens it back up again. All right. I assume, David, that Barry answered that question for you on BT. I don't know. What are those guys playing over there? Well, first thing that comes to me, if you follow me, you know I love that inflection point right there on my 15-minute chart. You know, if you were eyeballing BT and feel like you missed it, maybe, you know, in that red bar, you just kind of wait for that little touch. And sometimes that really forces the issue, especially after you had a nice gap up there and a partial fill. Those are very strong patterns, and that's the area of interest right there when I pull up BT. I'm not in it, but that's what I see. All right, good to know he answered your question. All right, well, whatever you guys want to talk about, it is Fed Day today. Excuse me. 2 o'clock Eastern. We'll have some Fed discussions, some happy words to tell us why. At some point we'll need to taper, but we don't know when that some point is. So just keep buying stocks. Keep squeezing the balloon on one end. That's just what it is. I actually did take a look at that options scanner. Oh, there's only one stock on there today. That doesn't seem right. Anyhow, what do you guys want to talk about? Oh, I see you up there, Mr. Fernando. The reason I'm calling you Mr. Fernando going forward is I finally figured something out. Watch what happens if I say your first name anywhere near my phone. Hey, Siri. Never mind. I was laughing about that with Sean. That happens to both of us. When we say your name, assuming we're pronouncing it correctly, my phone thinks I'm saying, "Hey, Siri." Pretty funny. Yep. I'm sure you're not the first. I'm not the first person to tell you that. I can imagine. All right. Well, I'm not doing a whole lot today. I feel like I'm just in kind of summer mode. If you guys know me, I don't like day trading a whole lot. I will occasionally, but I'm just kind of in observation mode. My parents had the forethought. Not only did they have the forethought, but it seems like they changed it to you got to say, "Hey, Siri," before it lights up. And so they got both syllables nailed on that one. Yeah, time machine, well done. Hello, Sam. How's it going? Hello, Kev. So yeah, I'm just giving the great Barry a well-deserved break here on the noon hour. Hey, I want to point something out to you. I just learned. There was a couple, I can't remember the name of the stock, and it doesn't matter because we've all seen them in the AI, that a stock might come out and gap up, 20%. And then there might be a short or a long or a play on it or of some sort. And it's an immediate stop out. And then you look back and then it went in the right direction. You're like, oh man, why did Holly have such a tight stop? Well, there's many answers for that, but the powers that be, we got together speaking about it on Monday, and a lot of the traders just didn't like it. And we got a hold of the ear of the right people, and the right person got assigned to the job. And let me just show you something here. Michael, who's kind of the concierge for the AI. I'm going to go to the Neo segment only here. And Michael pointed out this morning, he said it in a rather funny way. He said he was kind of offended like a woman who got a new hairstyle and nobody noticed. But he programmed in a new stop loss logic into the AI. Let's take a look at KREF, just on Neo, by the way. I'm on the Neo segment only. Look at the nice wide stop we have. Essentially, Neo's going to start going for smaller chunk sizes with wider stops to try and stop those, hey, look at the re-entry, scenario we could have done. There's no reason to have had some of these stops as tight as they were. And it was just a matter of, one hand not really talking to the other over here, but good company, good culture. We grabbed it, got some inertia in the right direction, and within a couple of days, Michael's been already able to start making some changes to the Neo only. And there will be some more coming, but again, it was to really redefine not having stops like right there, because it's still in the range of the day. So most of the stops you're going to see now are probably going to be below the range of the established range of the day, if that makes sense. All right, so a good little bit of news there. Yeah, you got to figure out a way to make a play on your name there. Let's see if I can get it to do it again. A Siri. Oh, my phone's starting to get wise, maybe. It's listening to us. It knows what we're talking about. Okay, so, all right, let's go back to, just because I like to do this, it's always a fun little segment to kind of start off, and we'll go through all the Holly plays here today. And you've heard me talk a lot about how disregard that AI initial stop. And instead, human and machine, right? The human being and the machine working together are stronger than a human by itself, himself, herself, or a machine by itself. The machine, the AI, will curate wonderful fire hoses of data in real time and give us very valuable information in real time, such as, hey, you might want to take an entry on ISBC here on the 15-minute. But what I do is I come in and I say, thank you, that's a wonderful idea. There's our entry right there. However, I am not going to abide by this stop. That's a bit too wide for me, and that I know it kind of doesn't jive with what I was just talking about, but what I'm getting at here is this is human and machine working together. The 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart is basically what I preach in all of my webinars. It's what I've simplified my method down to, and it seems to be the time frame that gives me the most visual data that I need. I'm a very visual person. I am not a data person like Michael. Michael is completely different brain than I am. I'm artistic, creative, and visual. I happen to notice patterns and things, whereas Chris McKay and Michael and some others here are just completely math nerds and proud of it. And that's great. There's no one right way to approach the market. But back to the way I talk about humans and machines working together, the first closing candle for ISBC would be my exit. And if that means it comes all the way back to the entry, well, then we just take a scratch on the trade and call it a flat. The idea is to get this moving average to come and continue to push the price higher. One thing I am also noticing on this particular trade is we always have to remember to look left, and we have to look left into our daily chart. And my daily chart told me, or is telling me, probably why the sellers have jumped in at this level up here. We'll call it 14, 15, whatever. Take a look on the daily chart here. I see my 50-day moving average. These things work because the crowd notices them and they become areas of interest. Doesn't mean you have to do something. It just means, hey, this is an area of interest. How is the stock behaving? How's the price action behaving at this level? Well, big gap up today, but a little bit of cold water thrown right on it at the 50-day moving average. So you got to remember, you can't just focus on what's happening here. You've got to also look at the daily chart to get the whole picture. And if you can't get the whole picture, you need to even zoom out sometimes. Okay, so this has been a very strong stock. It's had a pretty moderate correction. Interesting. We also call this a pro gap. When you see the trend down like this and you have a surprise gap, it looks like it was earnings. There's our surprise gap. That's called a pro gap. And those are probably one of the strongest gaps there are because it caught a lot of people off guard. It's probably going to be a good trade to keep an eye on, a good stock to keep an eye on. It could build itself, but it needs to get above the 50-day moving average. All right, so that was the first AI one. The second AI one, what I mean to say is the second Neo AI, is this one here. SBGH. Okay, what's going on here? A little different. It's a long. Yesterday's hammer is today's strength. Is the name of the strategy. We could even call this one yesterday and the day before's hammer. Okay, so we have two nice bottoming tails there on the daily chart. That seems to be, by the description of the strategy, what the stock is looking for to buy strength the following day. So there is our entry on the blue line right there. So immediately, for me, the stop is out of play. It's too deep. This rising moving average is going to become our stop. And again, for the newcomers, the qualification, the qualifier on that is not a trade or two below that moving average. The qualifier is a closing candle. So in 4 minutes, we're going to get another read on all these charts here. And if any of the candles are closing below that 10 SMA, that is my signal to just quietly get up and head for the exit and take my loss, well, hopefully my win, or my flat trade, if that's what it happens to be, or hopefully not too much of a loss. But that's, in hindsight, when I look back, that's usually the candle that was the signal that the momentum is dying. So that's why I call it my momentum line. All right, what's next here? Oops, we already did that one. Let's go to KREF. Ooh, look at that long candle. But the strategy is called pullback long. So it was strong this morning, and then it looks like it pulled back a little bit, but for whatever reason, there's our entry, the blue line at 21.46. Immediately, the stop is too far out of play, so if you wanted to add to this position, you could, but there's your signal line right there. We just have to wait and see how these things are going to play out. Let's see if there's any shorts we can glean the same type of management. I'm going to have to decline that call. Okay. Here is our short sell, downward arrow. There's our entry essentially right there. Our stop is way up here, but where's our moving average? Our moving average is right there. And as you can see, it's still kind of playing havoc with the current price. The price is just kind of going nowhere. Might not be much meat on this bone to the short side, but definitely if it posts another close, it looks like it already did. So, you know, that's probably an example of just cutting your losses quickly, and it's just not behaving. Okay, API, this is a short, and it appears to be a very unique situation because, number one, it's not a momentum short. It tried to go short on a stock that was up on the day, a contrarian entry, which can always be interesting on that candle right there, but it's not working. This right here, you see that spot? That's where the buyers stepped in and said, we're going to defend that 10-period simple moving average, and they pushed the price higher. I would not want to be in this trade short. And there's really probably no reason to ride it all the way up to that line, which it's probably right about ready to touch. Okay, let's see if I've gotten any questions over here. If not, you can feel free to shoot them over. I think, yes, sorry, the new logic on these stops is going to apply to all the segments, but I think we've got some plans in the future to kind of rejoin all the segments together. And just another little behind the scenes, a possible new channel or a new segment in itself that just focuses on the re-entries. So trying to shore up some better stop loss logic, but at the same time, I lost my train of thought. At the same time, highlight and make it more visual the stocks that are still in play in a re-entry fashion. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading an email here real quick. All right. Looks like I caught up Dave. ROL. Tag the 20 SMA. Let's take a look at ROL. Look at that. Nice opening drive. A stop running drive. This is the stop hunt right here that just gets everybody very difficult to manage. But all you can do in the moment is to look back and see, hey, where might be the next level of support? And of course, we open below the 200. So yeah, in hindsight, it's very clear, but we can all laugh at ourselves and say, in the moment, let's just do that, right? In the moment of what the heck is going on here, it's very hard to look over and see that big red candle on the daily as well, bouncing right there at the 20. So, got that going. It's a good looking chart. I think this is probably like a recovery day. Probably should build on that. I love the fact that it sold off so hard in the morning and did find support at a level of interest. Very good washout candle, perhaps. What's the volume? Okay, so we've also got some earnings. I see. Got it. All right, question. Help me. What do you think of TAL? Is it going to rip or fail? I don't know. Let's take a look. Horrible downtrend. TAL education. Oh, I saw EDU also, right? Is this a very similar chart over there in EDU? I don't know. It seems to be a pretty nasty story going on over there. Yeah, it's got a lot of work to do. It was a big precipitous fall it had a few days ago. And a nice bounce. But whew, first order of business is going to be that declining 10-period simple moving average. Your guess is as good as mine on that one. I'm not familiar with the story, but the chart's not that great. New business for TI to incorporate a platform with news, analyst changes, earn-ins, etc. Complete with Benzinga. The best thing to do is just email info@trade-ideas.com, and in the message header, just put in feature request. And every time that comes in, a tag will be created, and those all get compiled, and people look at those. And that's really the best place to send that comment to. Because if I just say something, somebody will hear it and go, yeah, that's probably a good idea, but it won't get very far. So you get the logical reasoning before price movement. Well, we do have these tabs up here. Our news is, it's just essentially pulling from the internet news, so there is that. Insiders, if there's insider data, you can see some insider data on that tab as well. Anyhow, let's see here. Chinese stocks are dead. I don't trust them. I don't trust Chinese stocks, Betty Sue. You can't trust what they report. There's no real oversight on their numbers. Pete, what is SPRT doing? I'm not in this one anymore. I gave up on it, but okay. So the short squeeze materialized, and we've had 7-8 days of really nice run. We show you yet another beautiful example of why I love this moving average. Here's a stock that gapped up and fell into the gap, and the buyers were so strong they didn't even let it touch my simple 10 SMA. So I call this a horseshoe pattern. And by the way, if you're not aware, all right, gap up, come in. We have a scan that will alert you right there at a brand new high. Okay, it's literally one of the first alerts that we built on my request. And the problem is it used to work a lot better because we'd have this gap and a new high and the momentum would really push it. The idea really is we have tried to build a few scans. I forgot the name of them, but stocks that gap up and then we try to catch them making a new 15-minute low very close to the 10 SMA. And so that is something that can be achievable. You just got to scan for something that's gapping up and making new 15-minute lows, but only show us as it gets close to the 15-minute 10 SMA. Chinese stocks are dead, yep. Yeah, it's tough when those things really bleed on you and you're just kind of waiting for Superman. That's when I started to coin the phrase, yeah, I like the story. We like the story, but is the chart confirming the story? And that usually means it's got to be back above its key moving averages, starting with the 50-day. So when I see things that are just in a 50-day spiral below the 50-day, it's very difficult to get excited about it. Oops. What's this BTC bit mining? I see some of the guys getting interested in this on my private chat over here. So another gap up, another fall into the gap, and price action got spooked by the 10 SMA and it's pushing it higher. That's the good side. The downside is it's below the 50-day moving average. It's in a death spiral, but there starts to come a time when you do have to start considering the fact that there could be a trend reversal. And oftentimes, if it doesn't happen on a dime with one big long washout candle on big volume, it can happen kind of more of a grinding process. Sideways grind, and all of a sudden, before you know it, they start capturing the flag on a few of these moving averages. So the first one that was captured was the 10-day, gave it back, but got it back right now. So if this 10-day were to close as it is right here, it would be pretty impressive as a first start, a first hurdle. Next in line would be, of course, the declining 20-day moving average. So as they slowly, start to get these back, the earlier you are, the better chance you get for reward. All right, guys, I'm back. Exactly. There's very little transparency when it comes to trying to figure out, China's data, economic data, their other things. Um, yeah, they're not known for full disclosure. All right, let's see what's going on in the bigger picture. So, really nice consolidation in the last couple of days. Sideways consolidation, very, very bullish still. It's just a matter of what's going to happen when these moving averages start to come up and catch up from underneath. NASDAQ, same kind of a thing. Still consolidation, sideways action. Very similar to what we looked at there for you. What was it? What stock was that? I can't recall. Maybe it was ROL. Big sell-off yesterday morning and picked up the 20-day moving average, just like that one you asked me about a little bit ago. IWM, still under a lot of pressure. Can't get going. I mentioned yesterday in my webinar that the IYR, look at that. It looked so strong and it gave it back. Didn't do much, did it? Nope. It's a tricky market right now if you're a swing trader. If you're a day trader and you're on the action, that seems to be where the best results are. Well, the one good thing is this FXI is a China large cap fund, is certainly helping a couple of those education stocks you guys were looking at. But it's just one day, so ideally you can build on that. Yeah, that healthcare sector has been very strong indeed. What was the other one I liked? XHBs. What are the XHBs doing today? Probably not much. Nope. Little fake out in the morning and right back into the zone. But don't lose track of XHBs. All right, guys, whatever you guys want to talk about. Remember, there is a Fed meeting today at 2 o'clock Eastern. The market might have a few gyrations. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go on mute for a second. Okay, I'm back, guys. Oh yeah, Kev brings up a great point there. I've really underestimated the fear of missing out demon in trading, FOMO. It is so strong, and I saw it, during the AMC and the GameStop, a lot of the meme stocks. Fear of missing out is just, it's a very strong emotion, and it's very detrimental because it forces you to break your rules because you don't want to miss out. You're kind of seeing it in the real estate market right now. You've all heard about 20, 30 bids, 50, $40,000 over asking price. That's kind of a fear of missing out mentality right now. So I'm not sure how that's going to resolve. But price action is price action, and a market is a market, and supply and demand, you're going to see that sometimes. So it's good, Kev, if you can catch yourself in FOMO mode and back away, you're going to save yourself a lot of anguish. There's just something about that emotion. It's a crazy version of greed. Yeah, don't worry about it. There'll be another bus coming. Certainly in trading. That's why I love the golf analogy for trading. Okay, you get another hole to tee it up on. Get yourself together and collect it and start again. But that's just one of the worst things you can do is be that person that's watched the herd chase something, and then you've heard about something at a cocktail party 2 or 3 times, and then you start looking into it, and everybody's talking about it. That is not the time to jump into an asset class. I can tell you that. Case in point, let's go to a silver time frame, monthly. There was a time, if you guys were around back in 2011, where silver was all the rage. Silver and gold, but for some reason silver was having a huge move. And, right about up here was about the time that, my brother said, "Hey, Steve, should I buy some silver?" And I thought, oh boy, it's saturated. Be careful. And look how long it broke. It's a monthly chart. So, this is kind of how I see our real estate market at the moment. I just can't imagine being that person that just having fear of missing out and having to pay 80,000 over asking price just because you have a fear of missing out. It's not a good emotion to let dictate your behavior and decision processes. Interesting that BT never really, actually no, it was a entry was right there. Look at that. That came in. I didn't even catch that, you guys. That came in while we were talking. While I was talking. BT a short side. And I kind of mentioned earlier, I like the ones that are contrarian. They're not chasing. So this one's, hoping to go down after a pretty good push up. Again, I think I highlighted that area earlier. But the AI said, for whatever reason, it seems like we might run out of steam here. And I'll tell you what, if you do have this short, if the price comes down and touches that moving average, we got ourselves an area of interest. Just a point at which you can make a decision. And what I mean by that is maybe you take half off. Maybe you cover half just in case the buyers jump in and force the issue. The worst part about FOMO, Dave, is that you're probably not getting a good entry. You're probably getting a horrible entry if you're falling victim to fear of missing out. But yeah, for whatever reason, the two Chinese ETFs that I've got on here are doing very strong today. Also, Solar's had an interesting bottoming candle there. I mean, there's something to be said about those bottoming tails. Look what happened the day after that tail, and then the day after yesterday's tail is today. Wow, yeah. Couldn't even imagine having to pay 15% interest on a 30-year mortgage. It's just interesting. Keep an eye on this stock. It's a blockchain stock. Had 3 good days above that key moving average, maybe trying to build a base there. Yes, Grant, however you want to phrase it, just constantly be aware of yourself and ask yourself, am I chasing here? Am I just trying to get in because I can't stand other people making money without me and I'm not in it? And for whatever the logic. So the guys that were at least trying to play the education bounce over there, EDU, Andy basically just was telling us he cut that one. And I can see why he would cut it. Fail right there. Fail. Broke the moving average momentum from yesterday that was building on. Once it breaks that, it's very hard to get back. Oh, I can tell just by the name. Seems like pot stocks are having a good day today, right? There's probably some legislation coming up. Tilroy, isn't it? Yeah. Tilroy giving us a wonderful example of how you can stay in a trade as long as it doesn't break the signal line. Now it's on highs. Yeah, the cannabis stocks are smoking today. What's this one doing? It's kind of a different one. All right, let's see if I got any questions here. Yeah, Dave. Let me see if I can go through my library and find maybe by name what the name of that scan was that we played around with a month or two ago to try and find stocks gapping up and then coming back down. Gap and that might have been one of them. Yeah, I think that was it. Let's load this one. It was a multi-strategy. No, this is an interesting one. There's basically 4 scenarios of stocks. They can either gap up and go to new highs. There's a new high after a gap up. They can gap down and go to new lows. That one happened earlier. If we go to history here, that's just showing us the last of them. So gap down, and it went to new lows, or a 15-minute low, I think, right? Let's take a look. Yeah, new 15-minute low. Gap up and crap, but that's not the one I was looking for. It was, gosh, what was it? Morning done. What's this one? No, I don't think that was it. All right. Let's try and build it from scratch. How would we do something like that? I would say new alert window. 15-minute low. Gap. Filter percent. Add filter. Stock must have gapped up at least 3%. 10 SMA on the 15-minute period right there. Change from the 10-period SMA. That's my golden line right there. There's our filter for it. Add that filter and say I only want to see a new 15-minute low on stocks that have gapped up 3% minimum. Okay, so it's making a new 15-minute low after gapping up 3%. It's doing something to the south. But we only want to know about it when it enters this little window of opportunity. I'll do negative 0.1% below. Oops. Hang on one second here. Okay, negative 10th. Let's try that again. So no more than a negative 0.1% below that line. And let's give ourselves a little bit of a head start as long as it's a 0.1% above. So that little 0.2% bracket, negative 10% below and positive 10% above. That's our window that we're happy to see a brand new 15-minute low on stocks that gapped up at least 3%. There's probably some more cleanup we could do here. $5 minimum, and we need at least volume today. We need at least 100,000 shares of volume today. And let's see what something like this would give us. Gap and crap to the 10. Let's see if we can back ourselves into some of these looks. Last one that came through is API. Actually, I want to go into the history because the earlier in the day is really where we start to see some of these good ones. All right. Let's see if we can see any. Okay, pretty good. This is kind of what I'm talking about. DRVN, driving, gapped up, made a new 15-minute low, and the buyers jumped in at or around the 10 SMA. So that is a kind of a picture-perfect area where this scan, is not going to be perfect, but at least it can show us a curated list of ideas. And when we see something that's trading right down there on that line after a big gap and a fall, these can be some very nice low-risk, high-reward entries. Let's see what else is on here. Okay, look, it made a good attempt, but it failed. It just wasn't into it. And by the way, okay, so I look left here and I'm seeing something. I'm seeing all these stocks and downtrends. They aren't really working. What about DRVN? Was that working? Yeah, it was working because it was above the 50. So let's go back and add a qualifier. 50 SMA. This is my general health line. Is it generally healthy or is it not too healthy? Change from the SMA 50, add that filter, and just say all you got to do is be a tick above minimum. Anything below the 50 SMA will now not show up. Let's make that change. Let's see what we get. Okay. There we got driving. We like that. STR. Okay, made a valiant effort, but it's not really bouncing. It's a pretty big gap up too. That one might be done for the day. Novavax. Okay, so gap up, made a new 15-minute low and touched right there. If we had our here's one more thing we could do. We could open up the 10 SMA a little bit more liberally right there and say, how about 15.0, 0.15 to the positive? That might have caught NVAX back here a little earlier. Let's just see if that changes the look too much. Feels like there's a few more in there. Okay, so NVAX was the one. Nope, never caught it, but we'll keep moving on here. Okay, another one. Would have liked to have seen it right there. So as we get deeper into the day, it's harder and harder to find them. I think that DRVN was probably the poster child of what I would be looking for on a scan like this that we just created. So we'll put it back in real time, and if anybody wants it, you can play around with it. And of course, it's just a working starting point. And there's the cloud for you. All right, I'm going to close that. Yeah, BT short being stubborn. It's a tough one. It's a very strong daily chart. It might not be too much more wiggle out of that one. This ISBC trying to hold on to that moving average, just like the KREF was, I noticed, trying to hold on to that moving average. All right, guys, I'll be here another 7 or 8 minutes. We'll bring Barry back in. Whatever you guys want to talk about. If you want to look at any more last charts before I take off. I only see one stop hit down here. Yeah, that was nasty. My thoughts on AMC, again, what's it doing in relation to the 50-day? This was the day it lost it, had 2 days of glory, got it back, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days now back under the blue line of health. Again, don't lose sight of the market at 2 o'clock Eastern. You never know. Lately, the Fed meeting releases have been pretty tame, but that's not always been the case, and you never know. Just be aware that some volatility is on the horizon here coming up in the next hour and a half. All right, guys, I just let Barry know it's getting a little slow, so he may be taking the helm here pretty soon. Unless you got any parting shots for me. Like that military jet that just went over my house. Somebody telling me to look at LAZR. Forgot what they do, doesn't matter. Well, kind of a double possible base, but like I'll tell everybody else, it's guilty until proven innocent here. It's got some work to do. Yes, Sam, thoughts on LW while we wait for Barry? Going to guess July 27th earnings yesterday was the reason for the precipitous drop. The first thing that comes to mind here when I look at this, and let's just say you're in this, okay? And I've done this before. I'm like, okay, I really believe in this stock. I really believe in this story. But the chart is just not giving me any reason to be in. Just rejection at the 200, rejection at the 10, rejection at the 10. And this was the day that you go into earnings. I've literally said I can't risk it. I just can't risk it. It just doesn't look like it's in a position. It's in a position of weakness, and then you get the earnings to come out, and then the position of weakness kind of showed its hand, and now it's even weaker. So let's look left and see if there's any reason down here. Okay, so yeah, maybe there's a pivot point, but there's a lot of noise back there. Typically, also, once you have bad earnings and a bad reaction to earnings like that, it takes good 2 or 3 days to really wring out the weak hands and the late decision makers before they get out. Now, I'm guilty of staying in these things even in the face of that, I will be a mea culpa and tell you I've been in this PSLV as an investment, kind of just a portion of my 401k, but I've been fighting it. I was been fighting it. You can see right there. There was no earnings because it's a commodity, but you know, it was really under pressure right there. And then something happened overnight, and I'm being stupid. I'm not getting out. It's not a trade. It's just more of a place to park some money at rather than the U.S. dollar. But then again, back here, sideways action, boom, and it broke again. So not one of my better investments. But again, I said it's an investment. It's not a trade. All right, Barry appears to be back in, so I will let it go after I answer Pete. Why the 10 EMA over the 8? I use the 10 SMA. A lot of times the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA can kind of become really close. I've tried both. I've just noticed that I just seem to get a little bit tighter correlations with the 10 SMA. And to just leave you with a pun, I like to keep it simple. All right, that's it for me. Thanks, you guys. Bye-bye.
In the last little while, we've had so many. We've had some pretty decent continuation plays, especially from my option scanner. But that would have been, I'm sure William pounded that one down, maybe. Meanwhile, look at Teva. Teva came right back up. I see APT is actually on the way down, guys. APT, look at that. I mean, I think that was a tremendous short yesterday for real and others off that high here. APT is now moving down, a couple of topping tails on the daily chart. Of course, this is we'll call this a virus play, protective clothing, etc. Oh man. This is hard for me to look at. AUPH. Again, there's the 200-day moving average. Oh, just a minute, guys. Ugh. All right, just want to refresh my memory about what the original alerts were. Give me a moment here. not showing the first one. OCGN, guys, I have this thumbnailed. OCGN. I'm fine. How are you, Dova? OCGN. I have this thing thumbnailed. What sort of resistance do we have? 770 or so? All right, guys, I'm in nothing right now. Just kind of waiting now. It's 1 o'clock. See if we get anything, any new, not so much new alerts. And unfortunately, because I did that reboot, I had to do that reboot. I've lost my thumbnail charts that I had. Because what I tend to do is start watching some of the ones that were really flying in the morning, and then just resting, and then maybe they start again. You too, Sir Thomas. Moderna? What's happening with Moderna? You guys are... Is this on the way down or on the way up? The way you were talking. Look. Yeah, Marcus, have you ever created a custom formula before? Or a custom filter? Marcus, can you hear me? Marcus. Oh, okay. I asked if you have you ever created a custom filter before? Okay. So I'm going to go into the tech support section, okay? So join me there, and anybody else. I'm going to put a script on how to create a custom formula, okay? Okay, so we just follow these directions, and this is the formula that you would use, and it has to be exact. Okay, and that's that TV divided by float, TV total volume divided by float, and then you'll have a min and a max, just like any other filter, and you can put whatever you want for the min. You want it to be twice the float, then you put 2. Okay? So just follow those directions. And in fact, I've got one right here, float turnover. These are showing me stocks that have traded the float. Minimum of, I think I have 1.5, but you know, this GRVI has traded the float 8.8 times. And that's using that custom filter. So I can't copy and give you this because custom formulas are unique to everybody's account, each person's account. So it doesn't copy over, otherwise I would just give it to you. Sorry guys, I'm just rearranging things. Well, I guess this is an IP. This is really an IPO? Duolingo, wow. Did it really IPO way up here? Duolingo? Wow. Just go to the tech support section, Ori. Tech support. Okay, there's the filter. I can't give it to you. I mean, I can't copy it to you. So just go to the tech support section. You'll see how to do it. There's the formula. If you've created a custom filter before, then that's the formula to use. If you've never done it, then just follow these directions, okay? And then, up to you, what price range you want to look at, minimum volume, all that. That'll be up to you, of course. But I can't, Ori. If I do, you're not just like there's nothing magical to it. My price is between $1 and $30. My minimum volume is 100,000 shares. Here are the filters I'm using. But if I copy it, you're not going to get it all. So just take a look at this. There's nothing magical to it. And here's my custom formula. I'm using 1.5. So it's asked to trade at the float at least 1.5 times. Okay? But I mean, that's just me. You might have a completely different price range you want to look at. It is in the options alert. Now, I mean, look at that 200-day moving average right there. Look at it. I mean, you gotta think that's got to stall it. I mean, it's got a little bit of room to there. Look at the daily chart. Look at all the action there. Basically at the 200-day moving average. All right, so this little one showed up. United States antimony. Interesting. Next high looking left on the monthly is about $1. Wow, you know what? It's nutty, okay. JD, that's a China stock. Okay, why is it nutty? Other than the fact that it had a huge gap up here? Just had a gap up like a lot of the China stocks. Well, yeah, the gaps in the daily, I guess you could call that a little bit nutty, but the China stocks have been beaten up. I mentioned GOVX earlier. Now, look at the volume coming into GOVX, guys. GOVX. I mean, again, to me, it looks like it's got too much resistance, but so far, they're not listening to me. There is no volume number. Grant, the AI is set. There's no volume number. There's no, you can't, just a minute, please. Anyway, there's, you can't, when you say what volume number, do you mean what minimum volume? No, but you can't, I don't look at it. I mean, this is what you get from the AI. You can't control it. Okay. I just happen to like the ones, generally speaking, under $20. That's about it. But I'm not looking for a specific float or anything. It just happens that the ones that move the most usually will have a lower float. But I'm not adverse to taking a stock if it has a high float and it's moving. For me, it's more about how much room do I think it has on a weekly, daily, and monthly chart. Guys, that little UAMY is starting to move. I don't know where it's going, but it is starting to move from the option scanner. It has some room on a percentage basis, of course, so I'm not telling you to take the trade. I'm just pointing it out. And when I say it's got room, when you look left, 107, so it's above that high. So the next high looking left is 139. Obviously, that is a lot of room on a percentage basis. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. And again, it came in my option scanner. Tim, you know what? You may just want to look at my option scanner, gives you maybe 5-6 alerts a day and just sort of concentrate on those. These are stocks that are certainly in play because, they're having abnormal option days. Maybe that'll help. I have no idea. Just maybe you're, turning around in too many different directions, too many alert windows. I really don't know. And that's for anybody, guys. I mean, if you're really getting overwhelmed by the number of alerts, is every day going to produce a winner? Of course not. But I would really take a look at that options volume scanner. Well, guys, AUPH is right at the 200-day, I believe. 1371. It's right at that 200-day moving average. Unbelievable. So that's about $1 move, I think, off the alert in the scanner. Now, most of the stuff that we see is not going to be affected. okay, by whatever Powell says, most of the stuff. But yeah, FOMC is at 2 o'clock. GBTC, I just want to take a look at crypto. What is it doing? GBTC. All right, guys, looks like AUPH is leaving the 200-day behind. So, Marcus, were you able to figure that out regarding the float? If not, I'll help. Okay, I will help. Don't want to leave you hanging. Boy, Teva, it's just all these little resistance levels that I see aren't meaning much in a top list, Marty. You can do what you want, of course, but I'm running in because I want to see the stocks that are having the highest float turnover. Okay, so if I want to see it, then I have to run it in a top list. You know, guys, I mean, the power of an earnings play. I mean, there's Teva. I don't use any of the block trade scanners, no. I've just really found that it hasn't helped me. I mean, doesn't mean they're not worthwhile, but in terms of the block trade scanners. Well, guys, you want to print out a stock that has had a trend and tack it up when we talk about trend. There it is. Look at this on a 15-minute chart for AUPH. One little narrow-bodied red candle, a couple right there. That's it. I mean, that is it. And it's not like it's gone completely and utterly ballistic. It's not like you've got these huge green candles. Okay, this has been pretty darn steady without me. I mean, look at even the 5. I mean, hardly any pullbacks. Look at, I mean, just a little one there on the 2. Just hardly any pullbacks whatsoever. Now, I'm sure at some point this is going to turn into a great short. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, no, I mean, it's not a, you're chasing it now, Shaw. All I was saying is that, you know, we had the alert in the scanner, I think at 12, I don't know, 1270 or so. Now, I got very influenced by this area right here, thinking it might stall. Okay, but no, I'm just pointing out this is just a tremendous trend. But, you know, right now, I mean, listen, it could keep going higher, but we don't know that, but you're chasing it now. I mean, the alert came at 1270, and, you know, obviously in retrospect, it was awesome. This TRR, Zach was just mentioned. Zach, you can't hear me, right? You got me. You have me on mute. Yeah, well, definitely some good volume. Now again, I look left. What do I see? I see 415. What's the price right here? 490. I mean, I am one that thinks that whole numbers, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, whole numbers. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, so whole numbers can prove to be, for me anyway, I think there's just psychological. I think they can be blocks for a while anyway. And then you've got this here. Now, if we can get through all of that, I mean, then, you know, I mean, it would hit 470 3 days ago. The alert for AUPH, well, it probably came many places, but certainly came in my option scanner. Okay. I can't show it. Well, I could show it. That's not where the alert happened. I had to do a reboot, so it's only showing me the last time it made a high in here, okay? So, or from when the filters were met. So I think it was at 1272. That was where it first happened. I had to do a reboot, so that's why you're not seeing all the original ones. But just in case you think I'm kidding, This is why I like, there it is. 1272 was the first alert from my option scanner. Yeah, just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and here it is. View, here are my scans, and click here, and this is the one moving higher with unusually strong options. I dub it right now an awesome scanner. I mean, is every day a screaming winner? Of course not. But I don't know, guys. For the last couple of months, it has been it's really difficult to find a scanner that gives you results like this pretty consistently. It doesn't mean you take the trade immediately, on the alert. Look around a little bit. The UAMY, it may run. I mean, I don't know. It's doing okay. But the reason why I'd be interested in this is look at all the room it's got. Look left on this monthly chart, look left on the weekly, look left on the daily. It's got some room to run on on a percentage basis. 139 from 106 would be awesome. I'm not saying it's going to get there. And these are to be traded, guys, okay? These are not what I would call swing trades at all. They're super active the day of. I'm not saying that, none of them. Listen, if you got into one of these option scan trades and it closed well, closing well, meaning near the high of the day, and it had room when you look left on the monthly and the weekly and daily chart, you can make up your own mind if you want to swing it. But typically, these for me are just great intraday trades. Okay, now here's AUPH. Maybe that's the fail now. There's the 8 EMA. What do you think, Real? There's the 8 EMA right there on the 2-minute chart. And it's just sort of sitting at it. I mean, at some point, it's not going to keep moving up all day. Well, it shouldn't anyway. I shouldn't say shouldn't. The likelihood that it keeps moving higher and higher and higher, tick by tick by tick, till the end of the day, I mean, it's not likely. That's AUPH. So take a look at AUPH, and if you have, and I know you've got the, I'd say on a 2-minute chart, and it's sitting right at that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. Also, kind of at the top of a channel, or, well, I guess the top of the channel, what I see is around the 30-minute anyway. It was about 14.14, so I don't know if that's too late for you, but you see that? I mean, I would think that if it really took this 2-minute 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart out, now the other thing is, there's the 200-day. Well, that hold it. Now that so-called resistance area may become support. Teva was nowhere near as good, though. The reason I say that, I mean, listen, it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not bad. But this little area here looked like it was going to fail. Okay, but from here on, I mean, no kidding. Yes. And the big difference, of course, is look at the float. This is an earnings play. Look at the float. I mean, it takes a bunch to move it. But move it, it has. 14% for a $1 billion in the float is awesome. And the good news is that it wasn't all in the gap up in the morning. It's not like it gapped up here and you really had no chance to really trade it. You know, it really didn't do much in the pre-market. It's only when the market opened that it really started to run. So you would actually wait for the cross and the cross of the 2 minute, the 8 crossing down below the 20 on the 2 minute. Well, you're no fun. I was looking just to have it break this. It didn't, but it didn't break it. I'm just really waiting to see. I'm in this UAMI. I'm just waiting to see if it really breaks out. Guys, I might have to put some tighter filters in here. I'm just getting too many alerts, even though I feel them. My filters are pretty strong, but I'm just getting too many alerts. I mean, the current volume is 400,000, 4% from the open. But I'm getting so many alerts every day now. You don't see them all here because I had to do a reboot, but I mean, this thing was full. Both of them really, lows and the highs. So I don't know, maybe I'm going to up it to 6 or something. I just don't like having so many alerts. ALZN, let's take a look at ALZN. Yes, big pop. Not showing up for me because the relative volume is very low, but that's going to pick up, you know, assuming this volume keeps pouring in. You know what I'm going to do is I am going to take a look at the dock channel bar. I'm going to look at the momentum channel. That was not good. What happened? Ooh. So you guys can hear me, right? You saw what happened. So there is a, now I'm in a development version. That's the first time it's happened to me. I'm going to try to do it again. Well, again, guys, that is why it is a beta. There's no question. That's why it's a beta. But I'm going to try that again. See if I can duplicate that. What was I wanting to look at before? Oh, that's right. I was looking. Okay, so I'm going to try that again. Yeah, momentum. Thank you. So, okay, so it didn't do it that time. What if I wiggle it around a bit? Anyway, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to take a look at this one because this one doesn't have quite the tightness, the filter. So I want to duplicate it, and then I'm going to shut this down. I want to see what sort of alerts I get here because what was the one that you just said popped? ALZN. Okay, so ALZN popped. Now I see the relative volume is over 1 now, but we're going to keep an eye on this. Meanwhile, FLGC continues. Okay, so this showed up here, shows up here. I know I'm kind of talking to myself, guys, but I'm just testing some things here. Okay, so most in the room use the 20 SMA and the 8 EMA. So you've got them reversed, Pete. I mean, I don't know. It might be bearish, but so most what we use is the 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. But we also use the 20 SMA and the 8 EMA. You don't have to. I mean real, that's real. It's all real. So for instance, right there's the 8 EMA. It's maybe hard to see on the, well, let's see if I can see. Yeah, well, that orange line right there is the 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA. Now, real would say, though, that the 20 SMA is flat, so that's not necessarily a great alert. Meanwhile, FLGC making new, wow, there it goes, guys. And this is, it looks like it's an all-time high. I know we say it's an all-time high. It's only an all-time high because it had a symbol name change. At least I'm 99% sure this is just a symbol name change. So you just had to reverse it though, Pete. The 20 SMA and the 10 EMA then. Excuse me. Look at the volume that came into that Flora FLGC. Look at the volume, guys. You want to know what? Well, I mean, it's an obvious statement, but maybe it isn't. Why does the stock move? Look at the volume. And look at the volume increasing on the daily chart. Was it really? Okay, I'm wrong then. Sorry. I actually thought it was a symbol name change. Thank you, William. See, I said I was 99% sure. Leaving room for that 1%. You know, this is another little earnings play, guys. The EXTR. Big float. Extreme networks. I don't know. I mean, again, it looks like to me there's just too much resistance right here. AUPH, okay. Take a look at AUPH. Ah, there it is. Yes, you see what Real is talking about right here. So you see that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart getting closer and closer to crossing the 20 SMA. Hasn't crossed quite yet. Looks like that cross would happen right about here if it's going to happen. And again, though, there's that 200 day. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that'll hold it. I don't know. That could be the support area that it bounces off of. Well, you know what? It's okay. So it's moving up a little bit again. Has not crossed. Yeah, you are right. It did cross there. I mean, it's I'm just holding out in case it just has to pop. I mean, I'm just looking at this void. All right, here's what I have to do with the AUPH. I'm going to have to estimate, a little estimate, where a cross could appear if it happens. 1394, so certainly it would be under 14. Well, this one keeps going down. This HMLP, again, some kind of dividend restructuring news for HMLP. William had the, excuse me, had the news on it. Yeah, I've never used MACD. Never. Well, I tried to actually get a little short on this HMLP, kind of a chase down short, but I couldn't get filled because it's down way more than 10%, and I could not get the fill I wanted. So and yes, Marty, when I say I don't use the MACD and Real says he doesn't use it, never found a way to use it or a use for it, that of course does not mean that's not a recommendation not to use it. I always say this, I mean, if people find a way to use an indicator and it works for them, by all means. I just like to keep things super, super simple, so I have very, very few indicators. It's like level 2. I know Zach loves level 2. I don't use level 2. I know Real doesn't. I don't, I've not seen the benefit. I think it's too many games. But listen, if somebody can use level 2 and it works, fantastic. All right, guys, so typically what I do, FOMC, is I just throw up a 1-minute SPY chart and just see the excitement in the first 5 minutes. Usually it takes about 5 minutes. 5 minutes to, sort of get the direction set. Yeah, but listen, Joe, Zach uses level 2. And, we've got to admit, he's a great trader. So, hey. That's right. Tomorrow is Robinhood's IPO. Should be really interesting. I think I might have done this already, but I'll do it again. I'm just going to create a price alert, $1. It's going to be over a dollar, of course. So when it starts trading tomorrow, we will see. Pre-market never has real-time data. I don't know what you mean by that. And by the way, Tony, this is not a room where I tell people what to buy and sell and, post my trades and all that. Talk about the trades, people know which ones I'm in. And when you say momentum gappers, I don't understand what you mean that pre-market never has real-time data. This is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, guys, AUPH may be getting set now. Oh boy, it looks like this is almost the cross rail, almost, but you're actually suggesting waiting to the 1371. But this is my pre-market layout. I mean, I don't know what you mean. These gap ups, these are alerts, these are real time. These are, this is showing me, the stocks that are moving in the pre-market. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean that it's not real time. And just because something has moved in the pre-market, obviously that does not mean that it's going to continue. But, you know, usually they're worth watching, certainly for the first 15 minutes or so. All right, let me throw a SPY chart up. Now let's get 1 minute. All right, let's see. Okay, first move down. Look at that bottoming tail. It's come right back up. All right, real. Well, I took it. I'm sorry, I took it. There's that. But I'm going to watch that 1371. There's the 200-day moving average, 1371. Will that hold it up? If it does, I'll bail. Look at that. So it came right back up. See, this is what we're talking about. Look at that first move. It looked like, wow, look at this. Green, red candle all the way down there. Came right back up. Green candle now. So I basically escaped that AUPH flat. It almost mimicked the SPY. Okay, so we start our data at 7 o'clock Eastern time, if that's what you mean. I mean, it's real time, but it doesn't start until 7 a.m. Eastern time. So that's what we're saying. That first move, many times, is not the first move. Well, it's his first move. Well, okay, in that case, then you're out of luck with the Trade Ideas scanners, yes. I'm somewhat biased because I'm in Vancouver, so obviously I'm not going to get up at 1 in the morning to trade. Ah, I see, okay. All right, guys, AUPH may be getting active again. Let's see if it can crack down through that 200-day moving average. Okay, so this came in the option scanner. DAO came in on the option scanner. What's the next high looking left? 984. Of course, China stock, great consolidation out of that 5 and some volume. Boy, if this is gonna, this could, I mean, look at the 15s. The alert was at 9:20, so it hasn't moved yet. So there's no mad rush. That's what I'm saying. I mean, just we get the alert doesn't mean you have to pile into it. You know, I'd be watching to see how it trades a little bit. Now it's pulled back. Let's see if it gets back up there. 919. See if it takes it out again. Probably that's a relatively low float. There it is. And we just pop right back up. I mean, this could really, what did I say the high was here? 988. I mean, if this can somehow hold and then pop again, I mean, this has got room to, that 10 level. 988 is the next high looking left. So as long as these China stocks, keep relatively active, but you know what? So you don't have to stare at it. Just put an alert around 919, 920 and see if it takes it out again. Boy, this has been a fast, for me anyway, a fast day. A lot of action all day long. Okay, for you Flora players, look at that pullback all the way to 730, right back up to 780 for Flora, FLGC. All right, now you know what? Something happened. I didn't get my price alert. At least I don't think it popped up. Anyway, there it is. No, it's still unsettled, guys. I mean, it's still kind of unsettled. It's just China, Sunil. It's just China. There's no news on any of these China stocks as far as I can see. It's just China. China stocks are just rebounding. That's all. I don't know if there's, unless somebody can find me some news that is explaining why specifically the China stocks are rebounding, other than the fact that, the bottom fishers are just taking a look at these and piling into them right now for whatever reason. Yeah, tomorrow they could all drop. Claudia, I haven't looked at SPACs for a long time. Your question was any new SPACs worth looking at. I haven't looked at a SPAC for a long time. I just find that market is just kind of dead now. I know there must be the odd one, but I am just not. The SPACs have just not been that for the last few months. It's like the bloom is worn off. Whoa, AUPH now. Let's see. You see how it took out briefly the 200-day moving average? Wow, guys! I mean, this AUPH. I mean, I don't know if real is in it. There's the 200-day right there. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Still sitting on that 200-day moving average. You know what? I mean, I kind of blew this maybe. I should have taken some out down here, or in that area, and I didn't. It went too fast. Ah. Well, I may get back into it if it. Well, there's a cross maybe starting on the 5. Okay, look at that 80 MA on the 5 coming down. There's a 20 SMA right there. But I'm ticked off at myself because this got all the way down to 1340. And normally, what I would do is I would start to take some. I would probably take some profit in the high 50s. Boy, this cross is almost happening on the 5. So, the higher the time frame, the more, not certainty, but what's the word I want? Look at the SPY actually, though. Look at the SPY. Maybe have a little more faith. I mean, there's the cross up here at 14. I mean, that obviously worked. I mean, right there's the cross right there at 14. And it got all the way down to 1348 before it popped up. Here's another cross forming, maybe. Oh, I wouldn't have got filled at the very bottom. No. I know that, but I'm sure I could have got some out in the high 50s, low 60s. Maybe not. I don't know. You're right. I literally left my seat right at that time. All right, guys, well, there's the SPY, okay? So we had that first move down on the 1 minute chart, and then right up, pull back, and now we're going. So that's it. I guess there's a discussion at 2:30. Okay, so I guess AUPH did hit 1390, so does that mean you're out? Oh, okay. I thought it. I see the high was 1390. That's all. I'm just looking at that candle there. See, it says the high was 1390. Yeah, so Zach was talking about SKYT. So this was again got thumped yesterday. Little bit of a comeback. Now that's what you call pounding that nail down. Yeah, oh there it is, yep. But I'm still not convinced this is going to last. So I'm sticking an alert down here around 1376. Right back up again, guys. Now look at this FLGC. This is really classic. Maybe. Take a look at FLGC on the 15-minute chart. Okay, hands up. What do you see? What do you see on this 15-minute chart? Somebody's got to answer. We talk about this all the time in the room. Nope. Nope. Tails, absolutely. Saul wins it. And Becca, absolutely. Look at the bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart right here. 1, 2, 3 in a row, okay? And they got bigger and bigger. What does it mean? At one point, the sellers had this down to 738. Buyers close it here at 771. Sellers had it down to 731. Buyers close it here to 767. Sellers tried again down to 717. Now this candle hasn't closed. It has another 5.5 minutes or so. But you can see what's happening. The sellers have been trying to pound it down. And so far, at some point, they're going to give up. Now, I'm not saying it's 100% they're going to give up, but well, I wouldn't call it indecision. I would call this, these are 15-minute candles, so I would call this You know, indecision would be, I mean, look, okay, you're right, there's a little bit of a topping tail here, but these little topping tails are nothing compared to the bottoming tails here. Like, I'm not saying this is the absolute certainty, but when you start seeing something like this, you have to sit up and take notice, and, you know, maybe you get some volume, and finally the sellers are maybe just give up. I mean, this still has 5 minutes, or yeah, a little less than 5 minutes to close here, that candle. But you know, I mean, if it takes out 786, remember now, this is now that I do know, this is an IPO, all-time high. Nothing's stopping it in terms of the chart. Now, what Real may say is that it looks like it's at the top of a channel. That's the only thing. But, you know, I mean, look, if it pops through on volume, though, all right, guys, DAO. It wasn't easy, but DAO. Now, that spread is, you know, not great. Let's see, let's get that thing caught up to the ask. All right, well, I still have that little UAMY just in case. Okay, so you see this candle has not closed yet, so still not, I mean, what I'd love to see is that turn green, get up here, and then get some volume and pop it through. EVGO, let's take a look at EVGO, EVGO. Sure, why not? Look at the volume coming in. All right, so the indicators I have in my charts, and again, I'm not a big indicator guy. On the daily chart, I have the 200-day. So let's get a stock that has a 200-day on it. All right, so there is the, yeah, well, that green line right there, is that right? It's down here. It's hard to see, but yeah, okay. Anyway, I have the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. And on the other charts, I've got the orange line is the 8 EMA, the blue line is the 20 SMA, and I do have the Bollinger Bands here, these brown ones. That's it. I mean, I'm not a huge, I don't follow it religiously. I know they're there, I'm kind of aware. Crosses, I'm way more aware than the Bollinger Bands. Guys, I think the moment of truth for FLGC is coming. I mean, look at FLGC. The moment of truth. I mean, there's these three big, this is the last one. Now, these bottoming tails, successively bigger and bigger, holding here. You can, I mean, you just got to see that if it gets some volume, you can just break right through. But I'm more about volume and price action than anything else. And I'm not a scalper. Like you said, you traded AUPH 40 times in all the direct. Yeah, that's not my style. That's not to slam your style, of course. It's just not my style. I am on? Okay. Because, yeah, I mean, I think that FL's, then you've heard me talk about these bottoming tails. I mean, this is classic if it pops. But even after hours, though, you're right, because, I mean, it's now that I found out that it's actually an IPO, there's nothing stopping it. There's no chart resistance, so. So yeah, if this holds like this, even if it just held like this, so what Zach is saying, and this is what I actually have done more after hours trading. I know I said this a couple of days ago, in the last month than I've done in probably 10 years. I took a little 20 center yesterday. Nothing really popped. But if this holds well, you got to watch it after hours just to see. I mean, if it holds well into the close, you know, you could easily start to move after hours. Keep an eye on this EVMC. I should, or EVCM, sorry, EVCM. I should have alerted you guys. I have this one thumbnailed. And I think it had a big upgrade yesterday. And it didn't really do much. Doesn't trade very much. It's only, half normal right now anyway. Can't remember. I think this had a big upgrade yesterday. RBC, I don't see a price though. RBC upgraded them. Barclays, I think it had a bunch of upgrades. I think that's what it was. I'm not sure there was a price target put on it. All right. Hey, listen, AUPH, maybe round 3. My first attempt, basically flat. Second attempt, made a little, not as much as I should have. Now let's just see if this, there's the potential cross again on the 5-minute. But let's take a look at this, that 200-day moving average. It kind of held it. I mean, obviously it didn't hold it when it went down to 1348, but as Becca said, it probably flashed right back up so quickly. All right, well, let's just see if this can be induced to move higher. DAO from the option scanner. Fabulous day, guys, in the option scanner. Fabulous. Okay, so in an alert window, your alerts do not disappear at all, if that's what you mean. Okay, I mean, they'll just continue. Eventually you may run out of space and not show them all, but I mean, they don't disappear, if that's what you mean. Well, for me, Homer, I'd be waiting for a break. Because you also have to be aware of what did happen before. I mean, it could happen again. I mean, this is not a slam dunk just because you get these bottoming tails that eventually is going to move higher. But I mean, they knocked this down to almost $7 at one point. So that's why I would never be taking it here, just in case that happened again. So that I'm actually a little Spanish from Duolingo. It's actually pretty cool. What was the IPO price? Rhetorically. 102. Wow. Let's take a look at the IPO calendar and Duolingo. So who's involved in it? Oh, we got some guys. So Goldman Sachs, and in the close, Bank of America, Barclays. Wow, this is a big one. Gee, yeah, this is a big one. I just used the free version. I didn't pay anything. I'm not sure what I would have got if I paid, to be honest. Well, I think what happened is it's advertising. as I recall, I mean, yeah, they have advertising and all that. So I mean, I'll kid you a little bit. What do you pay for? What do you pay for the Google search engine? Well, you see, it wouldn't have been a chase, in my opinion, anyway, Homer. Okay, if it and it may not happen. It doesn't look like it's going to happen right now. But can you not see that if it had remained up here, I don't know what it's going to do, but if it had remained up here, it's basing. That's not really a chase. You're thinking chasing it from, well, it's already up 49%, so I'm chasing it. I'm not looking at it like that. I'm looking at some like kind of consolidation here. And so it's breaking out of consolidation. Okay? You're not chasing it. It is coming out from a pattern. Somebody asked real about patterns. Well, for me, this would be a pattern. Okay? I mean, we're getting another bottoming tail. No, of course they're not. But you know what I mean. I mean, it's all advertising. I think there's probably a pay service, that takes out advertising. Maybe you get more bells and whistles. I really don't know. Yeah, I figured that. There had to be some kind of a pay service that would, number one, take out the advertising, and number two, maybe give you more bells and whistles. But, well, guys, I don't know what to say. I mean, we had the alert at 9:20. I'm not saying this was the easy. I'm not saying that was the easiest one, the DAO, but oh man, this is getting so darn close. It's 242 already. I think this has been one of the most enjoyable days for me anyway in a long time. In terms of just lots of action all day, lots of interesting things happening all day. So listen, I'll be shutting the room down at 3. But before I go, you guys want to take part in all this fun by taking out, this is not a subscription, okay? But you want to try us out, see what this is all about. So I put this link called the test drive link. You click on the test drive link, and this is what you'll see. So for $11.11, you'll have 2 weeks of Trade Ideas Premium, okay, just as if you were a premium subscriber. It starts on August the 9th, it runs to August 20th, so that's your 10 days. If you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're just pre-registering, okay? That's all you're doing. So don't bug our support people saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? It doesn't start till the 9th, and you cannot start earlier. We're all set up. We might have 4,000 people signing up. So we're all set up for the support right here. Okay? Once the test drive is over, don't worry. We do not put you into a subscription. All right? We'll have a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription. But when it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. If you have our standard service, you can also take part in this. You know, for the 11.11, you can upgrade to premium for those 2 weeks. Okay, so great opportunity to try us out. And if you click on my homepage link right there from the tab. Yeah, this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's what you can do. You can use this promo code. You'll get 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. You can also sign up for the Trade of the Week and the Stock of the Day video. These are free. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You have to be a subscriber, of course, but if you want my scans, here they are. Click here. Here's my layout. Individual scans that I created. My beautiful one here, moving higher, with unusually strong options. Lots of education right here. And I'm going over this really quickly. Why? Save my link. You save my link, then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. But all the education, 20 lessons, you know, all the basic things, how to create a top list, alert windows, etc. YouTube support between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. Today's the day that I help out. We have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all free. Today's the day that I help out with Brad and Dan, co-founders of Trade Ideas. Educational videos, you know, starting Trade Ideas from scratch, a little more information about the AI. And back to basics. If you are new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock. So this is a great little series if you're brand new to trading. So again, lots of information. Save my link. Look at it anytime you want. Well, I don't often get into the trade right away. Also, Becca, that's one reason maybe. The Deo was a little harder. I have to admit, the Deo was definitely harder. And you know, I mean, a little bit of this now is turning into faith-based trading. Okay, I mean, I'm just getting so many awesome alerts from here that I'm having more and more faith that almost no matter what I do, I'm going to somehow it's going to work. Which is, you know, it's obvious. I mean, I still have a stop. Don't get me wrong. Now here's even a late one. The NYBC now, or NYCB from the option scanner. Now, I refuse to believe it's going to take this out with any strength. All right, what happened? Because you know the float, it's a $500 million in the float. The option scanner, yes. That's my faith-based scan. It's like anything else, you know. I mean, if something keeps working for you over and over and over and over again, you know, you gain confidence with it. And I've been seeing this now for, I don't actually remember how long I've been using it. Is it 5 months, 6 months? Is every day fantastic? Of course not. And again, these are I haven't really examined it. I'm not necessarily seeing a ton of follow through the next day for them. So that's why, like the Dale, you've got to trade it. You can't let it, get away from you. You can't let this happen and say, "Oh well, I hope it'll come back." This is fascinating. This action with the FLGC. 1, 2, 3, 4, with a fifth one forming, bottoming tails in a row. Meanwhile, I think TLRY just made a new high. I think. And the answer is yes, it just made a new high. Let's back out the, no. I mean, to me, looks like there's a lot of resistance right up here, right where it's getting into. Also, there's the 200-day moving average, 1622. It's a little bit above it. That's kind of where it was where it stalled before. Yeah, it does feel like yesterday's play. It was so early in the morning. See, when you get a scanner that you really get confidence in, you can't wait for the next day to start. Just see what happens. That's how I feel about this. Yeah, the unusual options. Don't get too many alerts. Maybe 5 or 6, 7, maybe. And guys, kaboom! Absolutely kaboom. I hope, well, we well, first of all, FLGC doesn't trade options. Number one. But if you're talking about stocks like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't trade options. See, 0. Well, all you have to do then, if you have too many ideas, is just look at my option scanner. That's it. For a while anyway. Yeah, you probably wish you took it at 765, but what if it had gone down to 7? How would you have felt? Yeah, I mean, listen, you want to tighten up the filters? Tighten up the filters. You know? Yeah, but it wasn't chase mode here. I mean, you could have. Okay, I mean, it's chase mode now. It's chase mode now. It's chase mode. But you had an opportunity, I think, to get in from 790 to 810 or so. But now it's chase mode, absolutely. Okay, guys, so here's what you do. You take this 15-minute chart. Okay, you take this 15-minute chart. You expand it. And you circle it and look at these bottoming tails, okay? And print it. Now you got to trade it still, okay? I mean, don't let this thing go break back down here. Oh, well, my alert was set at 770 or 780. See, there's my alert was right here, or 7. Well, I had one right down here, 782. It'll happen, Homer. Don't get down on it. I mean, it'll happen. Now, listen, it may not be over. I'd be watching this after hours. I mean, if, again, it holds well, I'd watch it after hours. See if it bases a little bit, near the highs, if it closes near the highs. And, it may keep running after hours. Nothing is stopping it because it's an all-time high. Is it really Tilray's in the option scanner now? You know why? Remember my minimum is 300%. So it is just sneaking in now. It's 333%. I mean, obviously the option volume is huge, but it is now trading 3 times normal, a little over 3 times normal. That's why it would not show up earlier. But guys, I'm done. I'm just done. All right, guys, so I'll be shutting the room down now. Any last questions? You are welcome, Sam. All right, guys, I think that's it. Again, this is my long day because I'm in that webinar at 5 o'clock. So thanks for all the help. What a day. Can't wait for tomorrow, see what that option scanner brings us. Let me just get my script together. Tomorrow is Thursday. Man, what a fast week. Guy. I wonder if I pronounced that correctly. Guy? Guy. I know it's not Gwill. How's that? Yeah. Chicote, or it's not Chicote. Guys are challenging me on pronunciations. All right, guys. Okay, that's it for. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.